All right, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the February 18th meeting of the Pima County Board of Supervisors. I'm going to call on our clerk, Ms. Manriquez, to call the roll.
Supervisor Allen. Here. Supervisor Christie.
Here.
Supervisor Grijalba. Here. Supervisor Hines. Chair Scott.
Here.
Let the record show Supervisor Hines is not present. All other board members are present.
Thank you very much. We are going to now do the Pledge of Allegiance. And to lead us in the pledge is Ms. Tawny Horvatitz. Did I pronounce your name correctly? Thank goodness. Administrative Assistant in Community Relations from our Transportation Department. Thank you so much for being here. Everybody, please rise.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. We will now move to our land acknowledgement statement, and we have a video that is being read by somebody that many of the folks on the dais, including myself, know very well, Dr. Augustine Romero, the director of the Pascua Yaqui Department of Education. So if we could have that video.
Centro Manibu, Kichamalea, Agustin Romero, Director of Pascua Yaqui Education. I'm proud to be here representing the Pascua Yaqui tribe. I'm a tribal member and Director of Pascua Yaqui Education. Currently, one of the great things we have going on in our department, we have a food distribution program that we're doing with our preschool, which is a beautiful thing. 80 families twice a month, and putting thousands of dollars worth of food onto the tables and to the homes of our families. We're partnering with social services and the continued work to create our early childhood learning center. That should be open this August. We're very proud of that. We're continuing with the curriculum work in that for the school as well. We have a Teacher Language Institute wherein our teachers are full-time employees and they're learning the culture and language. And soon those teachers will be partnering with social services as well in the curriculum development for the center. And with that being said, I'm just proud to be here, a proud member of the Pascua Yaqui tribe and representing education, Pascua Yaqui. I will do the land acknowledgement now. So here we go. On behalf of Pima County residents, we honor the tribal nations who have served as caretakers of this land from time immemorial and respectfully acknowledge the ancestral homelands of the Tohono O'odham Nation and the multi-millennial presence of the Pascua Yaqui tribe within Pima County. Consistent with Pima County's commitment to diversity and inclusion, we strive towards building equal partner relations with Arizona's tribal nations. Thank you for having me and have a great meeting and good luck.
And as you can see being queued up on the screen, we're also going to have a video presentation for the Pause for Pause segment of our agenda. So if we could begin that, please.
Hi, I want to introduce you all to Wyatt here at Pima Animal Care Center. We do have a lot of other dogs and cats and other animals out here at PAC. But what we also have is a great event coming up. It's going to be on Sunday, March 2nd. It's the Tucson Subaru Pets of Pima Parade. It'll begin at 10 o'clock in the morning and go until 2 o'clock in the afternoon with the full festival. You can still register and sign up for the thing, but most importantly, come down and support. This is for Friends of PAC. It's one of our major supporters, and we need you to step up and be a partner with us and be a partner with Friends. The event will be around 6th Avenue and 7th Street. It starts at 10 o'clock in the morning. If you want more information on this, go to petsofpimaparade.com. You'll see dogs, you'll see cats, you'll see reptiles, all kinds of critters in costume. Come down and support it. This is the biggest fundraiser for Friends of Pima Animal Care that they have all year long. Wyatt, would you like to see people at the parade? Yes, we'd both love to see you at the parade.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I hope everybody will try to attend the Pets of Pima parade. Ms. Lesher, is there truth to the rumor that you're going to wear the Scooby-Doo costume this year? See? All right. We will now go to back to our clerk, Ms. Manriquez, for agenda adjustments.
And Chair Scott, for the record, Supervisor Hines has joined today's meeting.
All right.
On the regular agenda, page 4, item 16, under County Administrator, the presentation of military and general aviation shared airspace safety. This item will be heard after agenda adjustments. On page 5, item 19, under elections, the Elections Integrity Commission Annual Report for 2024. This item will be heard after call to the public. And on the addendum, page 1, item 1, under Board of Supervisors, Fire District Funding Needs. This item will be heard at a time certain of 11 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Manriquez. And as Ms. Manriquez indicated, because of time constraints for some of our presenters, we are going to move to the agenda item number 16, presentation of military and general aviation shared airspace safety. And we have 3 presenters who are joining us. Danette Bewley, who is the president and CEO of the Tucson Airport Authority, Lieutenant Colonel Paul Sheehy, who's a pilot with the 563rd Operations Support Squadron. He's the commander. And then Matt Plank Ward, who is an F-16 instructor and subject matter expert working for the Air National Guard. So if those folks could come forward, and we're eager to hear your presentation. And want to thank Supervisor Hines for initiating the suggestion that we have this presentation, and want to thank Ms. Lesher for bringing together these subject matter experts.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Scott, members of the Board of Supervisors, Ms. Lesher. Thank you for inviting us to talk about this important topic today. As you've been probably well aware of, the last few weeks have not been our finest in aviation. And what we would like to share, the 3 of us, is really what's happening in our airspace, how we manage with the FAA's guidance and direction, and really what happens on a day-to-day basis. But before I get into that, I'd like to share a couple of prepared remarks because I think it's important to recognize we have a new Department of Transportation Secretary, and of course the NTSB's involvement in some of the recent aviation accidents. So if you'll indulge me a few moments. First of all, I think we're all in mourning for the loss of passengers and crews on American flights 5342 and the Army Black Hawk helicopter. In addition, that was in Washington, D.C., the MedJet's flight in Philadelphia, and the Bering Air Cessna Caravan in Alaska. Last week, we had an incident up in Scottsdale Airport where there was loss of life. And then yesterday, I'm sure you saw in the news, the Delta Airlines aircraft that landed and then flipped over and wound up upside down. So the entire aviation community is in grief, and our commitment to taking action to ensure accidents like these never happen, never wavers. Aviation remains the safest mode of transportation in the world. Nearly 50,000 flights take off and land safely each day in the United States, and our national airspace system remains the gold standard of safety. According to Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, we have the safest skies in the whole world, and traveling by air is the safest mode of transportation. At a recent press conference, the National Transportation Safety Board Chair Jennifer Homendy said, "I assure you that the safest mode of transportation is air travel. It is incredibly safe. We are confident that the NTSB, working with the Federal Aviation Administration, Department of Transportation, Department of Defense, and other parties, will identify root causes and issue recommendations for the aviation industry and U.S. military to prevent future accidents." The work of Chair Homendy, NTSB Board Member Todd Inman, other NTSB members, and the NTSB staff is critical for responding to these accidents and recommending changes to make our system even safer. Through tragedy, we draw knowledge to improve the safety for us all. And we strongly support the NTSB going through the steps and phases they have to go through to understand what happened in each incident. While they come in a series, the root cause could be different from incident to incident, not unlike a car accident. So let me turn it back inward to the TAA and just explain that our aviation airspace system is very complex. We have responsibilities that start at ground level and go all the way, to the highest altitudes. The military can talk about the highest altitudes. And we are so heavily regulated. We don't have a lot of options. We have about this much wiggle room in what we do and how we do it. And we have to operate very much inside those guidelines. And if the FAA comes to us and says, "Airport, you aren't doing something right," they will write us up. It'll be a discrepancy. It could lead to a suspension of our operating certificate, so we take it very seriously. One of the things that is important to recognize is that we're so intertwined, the military, commercial aviation, general aviation, and air traffic control. It's a very synergistic relationship. And it's positive control in the Tucson sector. So that means that when you're in an airline, you're backing off the gate. You don't just back off the gate. You ask permission from FAA to back off the gate. They're conducting ground control operations. They get the airplane safely to the runway, and then they issue the takeoff clearance. Once an airplane takes off, they're up about 3,000, 4,000 feet. They transfer them to a different sector of the FAA, depending on where that aircraft's going. It's a constant transfer across the country. Positive airspace, positive control the entire time. So that's something to be assured of in our airspace here when it comes to Tucson International Airport. One of the other things that we are doing at Tucson, and some of you have been aware of this because you've been to the airport and been on some of our tours, is we're doing a complete overhaul of our airfield. It's called the Airfield Safety Enhancement Program, and it is a $400 million project to improve the geometry of our airfield. In other words, we had parallel runways. Most people don't know that, but we do. But the one parallel runway was very small. It could only be used by general aviation, small aircraft. We've demolished that. We're relocating the runway and building an exact parallel to our main runway. This provides a number of benefits. First of all, it provides a separation between the two runways that's required. Second of all, it provides redundancy in case one runway is under maintenance or there's a problem with a plane, like a flat tire or something, which does happen. And the military can operate. We can operate very synergistically with the dual parallel runways. The project right now is in the phase where all the dirt work is done on the runway, and we'll begin pouring concrete probably in the summertime. And but the overall project for runway commissioning is scheduled for 2027, and the project should be done around 2028, 2029, depending on federal funding. And I'll shift gears just for a moment on the what ifs, because I know that's top of mind here. What if there's an incident? What if there's an accident? How do we handle that? Well, anytime there's an incident or an accident on Tucson, we respond with our fire department. It's called Airport Rescue and Firefighting. It's a very specialized group of firefighters because they have specialized equipment to operate with aircraft. And in addition, Air National Guard sends out their equivalent to our ARF teams. So there's always a dual response. We respond to the F-16s, they respond to the commercial. It's a partnership. If things escalate beyond just handling a very quick incident, we will activate our EOC, we'll communicate with Pima County EOC, and we're all NIMS and ICS trained. We're following all the protocols. We train in mass casualty all the time. The FAA comes and inspects us all the time. And we do triennial drills every 3 years. In fact, our next triennial drill will be in 2026. Of course, it's going to be in combination with a number of stakeholders like the county, the city, police, fire, all the mutual aid agencies, including the Guard, and even some of the state level and hospitals as well. So it's a full-scale exercise so that we will be ready every single day. I think that covers my initial remarks. I think it'd probably be best to turn it over to the military at this point. And I'm happy to answer questions at any point.
Awesome.
Did board members have any questions for Ms. Bewley before we turned it over to some of our other presenters? Okay, thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. I also have some prepared statements, if you'd allow me to read those as well. Good morning. I'm Lieutenant Colonel Paul Sheehy, commander of the 563rd Operations Support Squadron at Davis-Monthan Air Force Base. Thank you for allowing me to represent the base as an HH-60 helicopter pilot and as a subject matter expert with many years' experience in flying military helicopters out of Davis-Monthan and in the local area. We greatly appreciate the support from the local community and hope to address any concerns you have today. For some background, I spent more than 15 years flying H-60 helicopter, and roughly 6 of those years have been here at Davis-Monthan. As a career helicopter pilot, I've had various assignments and multiple deployments employing rotary wing combat search and rescue capability, to include a significant number of training sorties and even some real-world search and rescue missions here locally over the years. My time in Tucson has provided a lot of experience and subsequent familiarity operating alongside a wide range of aircraft in the area. Constant communication and adherence to the FAA regulations has always been critical and a standard practice for all of our aviators. Davis-Monthan flying units and base operations work in close coordination with all local agencies to ensure aviation safety remains at the forefront of our operations. All aircraft operating out of Davis-Monthan adhere to FAA and air traffic control procedures, utilize standardized routing and approved control measures, and regularly coordinate with TIA and other airports to operate in and around the local airspace. Again, safety is paramount. It's not just a priority, it's a cornerstone of everything that we do in aviation. From pre-flight checks that ensure we have the required equipment to detailed mission planning and mission execution, we're committed to maintaining the highest safety standards, both for our air crews and the communities we serve. Please feel free to ask any questions regarding helicopter operations out of Davis-Monthan. I'm here to provide my perspective as a subject matter expert and foster a greater understanding of our mission and our base's commitment to the safe operation and positive coordination with our local community and mission partners. Thank you. Pending any questions, I'll hand it over by our counterpart to the Air National Guard. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Matt Ward. I'm a retired lieutenant colonel from the Tucson Morris Air National Guard Base. I flew there for 25 years. I do not represent the unit officially, but I can speak as a subject matter expert to F-16 local area procedures, and that's the extent of my statement.
All right. Thank you. Questions or comments from board members? Supervisor Hines.
Thank you. I really appreciate you all being here. My district, District 2, if you fly into or out of the area, minus some of our smaller airports, you have to go through my district because I have the airport, I have the Air Force Base. So this is, and I also, on a personal note, I'm traveling quite a bit, especially recently to take care of my father in Michigan. So I'm on planes a lot. So, and I also worked for about a decade with the Obama administration and flew into and out of DCA like 160 times or something in those 2 years. So all of this, I think, is close to home for me and for a lot of the people that are in the area. So a couple, and it may be all three of you can comment, or I don't know. So just kind of based on the questions, but just an overarching question. I know we have a new administration, and prior to the new administration, I think we had about 3,000 or so air traffic control. Like we were a little bit short on air traffic controllers, just from a national standpoint. Do the kind of the slew of layoffs, firings, that kind of stuff that we've been all hearing about across multiple agencies, of course, how concerned are you that that could have any like impacts, especially the FAA, as regards this safety issue?
That's an excellent question, very timely. Last Friday, we found out that DOJ, working in concert with the new administration, laid off 400 FAA administrative workers. Some of them are here in Arizona. Some of them are in our airport district office up in Phoenix. We're not exactly sure how this will impact everything, but we are watching this carefully. We want to understand what are the impacts, how are they going to redistribute the workload. And, in my opinion, every position at the FAA is a safety position. And to your point about air traffic control, they are about 1,000 controllers short. I think they're going to do a rapid, I don't know if they're going to go back out to the schools and see who's certified, because they had a list of like 1,000 applicants that were ready to go to Aero Center in Oklahoma City, where FAA trains their air traffic controllers. And then something happened along the way within the Biden administration, and they put a pause on that. I think they're going to try to resurrect that and try to get people through air traffic control training as quickly and safely as possible.
That's great. And I know we don't, to clarify for the public, we have no authority to, you don't report to us at all. So you're here as a courtesy to the community. I truly appreciate that very much. If you don't mind, when you find out more about those specific support roles and how they might impact operations, if you could just let our offices know, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, it's going to be a day-by-day thing right now. I spoke to the manager of the airport's district office this morning to find out what he could tell me, and he says they're in a very confused time right now, and it's really difficult for them to speculate other than they know what happened last Friday.
Sure. Also, this, a lot of time, again, this isn't specific to any incident necessarily. That was an impetus actually for this discussion, but if things are going well, everybody's talking and communicating, it's still, there's a lot of it's a congested airspace, maybe not like, some of the East Coast ones, but for sure. I guess, how do we approach civilian? So this is going to sound like I'm making a joke. I'm not, but like a Harrison Ford incident, right? Like someone, and then he's landed on either the wrong runway or the wrong way or on an actual taxiway, I think once. And I really like the movies, but that's not okay, right?
Right.
You can't do that. So what, as a physician, if someone has a seizure while they're driving a car and has an accident, there are things we can do to make sure that doesn't happen again. So in this context, if everything's going perfectly well from the base, with regard to the Air National Guard wing and all that, and commercial aviation is doing exactly what it needs to do, but you have that kind of a situation, how do we, mitigate it while it's happening? Like, how is everyone talking together, each other? And afterwards, assuming everybody's still alive, hopefully, how do we make sure a person that caused that threat to so many other people can never get behind, a stick and get pilot an aircraft again?
Yeah, those are real concerns. In fact, when we were putting together our justification for our Airfield Safety Enhancement Program, one of the criteria we used to justify the priority of the project was pilot deviations, is what you're talking about, where pilots, mostly general aviation, in fact, as far as I know, all of them were general aviation, commercial and military, they're in a different category of professional pilot. But some of the people that are learning to fly, they're learning. They make mistakes. So we had a lot of those, which was very concerning to us and to the FAA, which raised us on a priority list why our Airfield Safety Enhancement Program is moving along quickly and getting a lot more federal funding than we normally would. So we're happy about that. Not happy about the reason, but we're happy about the outcomes. Really, this is an FAA matter. FAA is the agency that will certify a pilot. I mean, they go through training, they meet all the minimum requirements, and they go up for a check ride with their instructor, and it's a thumbs up, thumbs down. Either you are a private pilot or you're not. Go back and try again if you're not. But there's learning. And as a commercial service airport, as a public airport, we can't discriminate against the type of user. So air traffic control has to allow general aviation to come and fly our airspace just like military and commercial aviation. And all we can do is educate and really hope that the pilots are being careful and cautious, looking at the airfield that they're going to take off from or land at, or if there's any changes For us, our airfield is changing a lot because of the construction, so we're constantly issuing what's called notice to airmen, and pilots have to read that so they understand what are the conditions that I'm going to be operating in. And if they make a mistake, FAA has a process, basically it's called the Brasher process, and that pilot has to call air traffic control. What happens beyond that? It could be retraining, it could be loss of certification as a pilot, depending on the severity and the frequency of the infraction and the pilot. So there's a series of steps that go on that's wholly handled by the FAA.
Got it. And I believe my last question, probably more for our military friends. Training flights, obviously that was something at the top of a lot of people's minds. We have a lot of that. We have an Air Force base, of course. So I recall hearing like the way that folks communicate, there's like different bands, different frequencies, something like that. Can you talk a little bit about that? And again, how in real time you're interacting with civilian or commercial aviation just to make sure, and this is nothing like this has happened in my adult life that I can think of, frankly, the DC situation. So the record for this area and for the work that you're doing is exemplary, which I just want to keep it that way. But yeah, if you could just talk a little bit about how the military and civilian and commercial folks talk to each other or through someone else, and if you're okay with how that system is working.
Yes, certainly the pilots communicate directly with all air traffic control agencies, from clearance, ground, tower, Albuquerque Center, any air traffic control agency. We do that primarily, I would say, probably for many of the military aircraft through UHF, a different frequency band that you were alluding to, whereas the civilians primarily communicate on VHF frequency band. So oftentimes the military doesn't necessarily hear both sides of the communication between civilians and ATC. However, ATC does simulcast. So when Tucson Tower, for example, is talking to a military pilot, he's going to transmit on both the two different frequency bands so that the civilian and the military pilots hear that transmission. The military pilots will not hear civilian aircraft calling air traffic control. So maybe missing part of the conversation, but certainly listening for the air traffic control side to build situational awareness of what's going around the airfield or in or near the airspace where we're working. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Supervisor Christie.
Yes, Ms. Brawley, you mentioned that there were in your district or your area of influence with the FAA, that there were roughly 400 layoffs and that they were administrative. What's the difference between an administrative position and an actual air traffic controller?
The 400 was nationwide, so the impact to the airport's district office up in Phoenix was, I think, 4, maybe 5 people, but it's an 11-man office, so it's almost a 50% cut in
Office
staff.
being administrative?
Administrative. So their role is they coordinate all of our grants. So our project, for instance, is managed by an airport engineer out of the FAA. Of course, we have our own engineers, but we submit everything to them, our cost estimates, what level of funding, or they say, hey, we have a $6.2 million grant, then we back into the number. So that's the kind of communication we have with the airport district office. The office in Phoenix is about 12 years old, and it was required because of the amount of work that Phoenix, Sky Harbor, and Tucson International were causing to the FAA, because we're growing airports and we have infrastructure projects that go into 20, 30 years from now. And the Western Pacific region couldn't keep up with the demand with all of the California airports, both small and large. So the difference between air traffic control, that's a very specialized function. They're trained. The average training is, first of all, you have to go through a certification course, test in. They have a training center in Oklahoma City called Aero Center, and you spend about a year in Aero Center, 6 months for radar, non-radar, 6 months for radar. Then they put you in a tower or an en route center where you're a trainee for a certain period of time until they let you loose. So all in, it's about 3 years from the start of that training to the time you are independently operating as an air traffic controller.
So just to follow up, Mr. Chair, the layoffs were basically folks that were in charge of writing grants and securing those things, but it really did not affect the air traffic control element?
I'm not exactly sure because there's administrative roles in air traffic control too. So the actual air traffic controllers are essential critical workers, so they have to remain. But maybe there's admins in different roles. And so I'm not sure how that layoff impacted the towers just yet. We're still sifting through the full impact of what the FAA has done.
So clearly, from a civilian standpoint, it's better to know that some folks that are in charge of writing grants got laid off rather than air traffic controllers.
Yeah, no air traffic controllers. No. But
you.
people that work in air traffic control may have been subject to it.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Grijalva, then Supervisor Allen, then we'll go back to Supervisor Hines.
I wanted to thank you all for being here. I do think it's incredibly timely considering that it feels like every time we tune into the news, there's some sort of crisis that's happened with a flight. I do want to make note that most of the time grants equate to people and salaries. And so it may actually be staffing that is negatively impacted by the loss of people that are monitoring to ensure that we're getting funding. So I just want to make sure, because sometimes you hear this sort of thing, well, it's just administrative. You don't realize the impact of what those administrative people are doing until they're gone.
Exactly.
And then it could be devastating. So.
And we are concerned about that very reason, because when you're in the middle of a multi-million-dollar project, you need those grants to be processed quickly and those reimbursements to come in.
It could be different constructions, improving different components of the airport. I mean, there's so many different grants. I remember going to a briefing at the airport and listening to some of the projects that were going on, and it's pretty significant. So those funds and monitoring those and ensuring that you can get reimbursement for those costs is really critical.
There's other administrative roles like certification inspectors. There's so many administrative roles at the FAA. So again, we don't know the full impact of these decisions or if more layoffs are coming within the FAA.
That was what I was going to say, is at this point right now, we don't even know if there are more coming. These were just sort of, I think, the first cursory kind of cut.
We found out like you found out on the news.
Right. Yep. My cousin works as a forest, like in one of our national parks, and found out an hour before he was supposed to show up to work, and it's him and one other person that are in charge of making sure that breaches don't happen to the park. So there's only 2 people working, and both of them were laid off. So I'm just saying, like, sometimes it just looks like, oh, these aren't important. And then most of these cuts, essentially are all people. Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Supervisor Allen.
Thank you. And thank you for coming this morning and for briefing us. So I represent District 3, which includes a large swath of western Pima County, which includes a lot of helicopter, unmanned aerial vehicles from Homeland Security. And so I'm wondering how the collaboration, the communication is amongst the airspace that's utilized in Homeland Security operations, and if it is TIA or military takeoff. And anyway, love to hear that.
Yeah. I appreciate the question. I think it actually ties into a follow-up for you, Dr. Hines, as well, is the communication itself, speaking specifically to helicopter operations, very busy helicopter base between the Customs Border Protection mission as well as the rescue mission at Davis-Monthan. For the H-60 side on the Air Force side, we've got a lot of radios. And so it's a little bit of a difference from the Guard folks. We're flying around with 5 radios, and 3 of them are able to be multi-band. So for the helicopter specifically, we can hear what Tower's saying. We can pick that up. We also cross-tune those radios as we're departing so we can build our picture and our understanding of that, the flight environment. When we take off and we transfer to TIA's airspace and through TIA's airspace in and out of the local area, And so it helps our safety, obviously, because we know what's going on and we don't necessarily have that void. Oftentimes we fly in pairs, and so that almost doubles our radios as well. So, and always talking in between the flight. So that is another measure of safety that the helicopters bring. And then we take that out into that Western District as well. Obviously, a lot of our flying ranges are out on the Western side. We always monitor multiple bands when we're flying in a training area. We do have a sort of general aviation radio that's always tuned up. So when people are giving reporting points as to where they're at, it helps build a picture for us as to who is where in the airspace as they're flying around. Additionally, before we ever take off, at least on the military side, all the vector routes that are being flown by F-16s and some of the other aircraft out of Luke that share that airspace, it's published when they're going to be active and what altitudes they're flying at. So we deconflict our flight path in mission planning before we take off. So we've got SA of where those aircraft are, and then we either adjust accordingly or we make those common frequency calls out to establish communication and deconfliction while we're out flying. So every time, much like the commercial aviation, when you're passed off different centers, in the low altitude environment for helicopters, we don't necessarily have center control because they don't have line of sight coverage, but we do monitor a shared frequency across all players in that space. So when they're low altitude training area, we've got a set frequency for that. When we're operating in and around the Army unit up near Marana, got a set frequency for that. We're always monitoring those. And so that's essentially how we communicate. And then just even if no one's out, we're communicating our location as we're transiting to give everybody an idea where the aircraft are, sort of at all times. And so it just builds that mental picture. We're familiar with the airspace and where we're at. And so if an aircraft calls in that they're in the vicinity of XY point, we know if that's going to be a factor or not. And if they're going to be in the same general area, we'll call out to them and let them know where we're at and make sure that we are deconflicted by altitude in that airspace. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you.
Yep.
Supervisor Hines.
I forgot to close on this. Again, thank you for being here, but if there's anything that local government, the county, the city, we obviously know each other very well, anything that we can do from our perspective, whether it's, I don't know, I mean, obviously there's a lot going on. You've probably gone through this process already, but if there's anything we can do in terms of our ability with surrounding land, airspace, whatever, then please let us know, and we'll be happy to work with you in whatever way we can to make sure that we're all safe.
Appreciate that. To your point, Supervisor Hines, we're always looking at the airspace in and around the airport because we have to protect it from encroachment and in buildings. So obviously there's an environment zone, there's height ordinances, those things we coordinate with city, county, FAA. Those are always on our mind. Every time we do a project, we have to verify and validate that we're not penetrating any of the aeronautical surfaces that could affect flight. So that's something we do all the time. And to the point about air traffic control and the radios, we also monitor the radios 24/7. We have a full operations staff. Our airport's 24/7, so we're 24/7. We're always listening. Our fire department, our airside operations, and our communication center, we're always listening so that we have situational awareness as to what's happening. We not have a visual of the actual environment, but you know generally where people are or what problems they might experience. And you might be surprised to know that we have emergencies nearly daily. And it can be an airline or the military reporting they have a hydraulic issue. We respond to that just like it's a real crash because we don't know.
Daily?
Almost daily.
Oh. Wow.
Would you agree?
Not necessarily for F-16s daily, but probably for the airport.
Yeah.
Yes. I've actually been, sorry, Mr. Chair, several times I've been not looking like this, but on a plane and called to assist in a medical emergency, which is always a little freaky because you have no idea what's going on. And in my hospital job, the ER screens people, so I know this is a heart attack, this is a GI bleed, this is a hip fracture, nope, it's someone passed out in a lavatory and we can't open the door. Can you please come back and help? That's what happened to me on December 8th. So anyhow, that's not the same kind of emergency, obviously.
But those are the emergencies our teams respond to, too, right. Because our fire department is ALS and BLS certified. So, we work very closely with Banner and some of the other hospitals as they'll come and transport. And when it comes to mutual aid, there's a City of Tucson TPD fire department not too far from the airport. And they're usually the first responders if we call for that. So there's a really a synergistic relationship. And then you had made a point about medical emergencies for pilots. Mm-hmm. And there's a reason there's two pilots.
Right. Of course.
because they're human too.
Right. And lastly, I'm getting on a plane at the airport tomorrow to see my father. So I'm still going to be getting on the same flight I booked, and I have no concerns with our regional safety. I just really, for me, it's very reassuring to hear that you are all talking, and we're going to continue, I believe, to have our excellent safety record moving forward.
That's our goal every day.
Perfect. Thanks again.
Any other questions or comments from supervisors? I had a quick question to, and I think it follows up on some of the questions that you heard earlier from Supervisor Hines. One of the characteristics that the Tucson and Pima County area share with the DC area is that there's significant amount of both civilian and military air traffic, including, I would imagine, sometimes military craft that are coming out of Luke to use the Goldwater range. You mentioned the situational awareness that pilots have, both military and civilian pilots. How frequently do leadership of the two organizations meet or get together to talk about managing this shared airspace?
Well, lately it's, when it comes to Tucson International, lately it's more frequently because part of our airfield geometry changes will involve airspace changes. So there's a lot of coordination between the military operators, the civilian operators, FAA, because when the runway is commissioned, it's going to have a new path. So we'll have to update our standard arrival procedures and our standard departure procedures. We don't decide on those, but we contribute to the discussion. I know the Air National Guard and DM has been at the table on those discussions because they want to refine some things in the airspace that works best for them, and we want to refine what works best for us. So there is some overlapping coordination.
Okay. Anything you wanted to add, gentlemen? All right. Well, thank you all so much for the presentation. And I know from conversations with Ms. Lesher that our Office of Emergency Management is also working with both entities on a regular basis. Appreciate all the questions from my colleagues, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we are going to move back to the regular agenda. And we have a presentation. It's agenda item number 6, recognition of the retirement of Michael Sterner, Library Technical Assistant, Pima County Himmel Library, for 30 years of service to Pima County's libraries. Ms. Lesher.
If the board would like to join us.
Absolutely.
And I think Director Mathewson is going to do the presentation. Thank you.
By the other side.
Okay, we have some more library stuff. We want to make sure everybody comes up to celebrate Michael this morning.
Yeah.
So my name is Amber Mathewson, Library Director, and Mike, there aren't very many of us around at the library who started in the early 90s, but we're here today to celebrate you and the work that you've done. Many of you may have seen Michael throughout the years. He started at the Bear Canyon Library as a customer service clerk, and he was a floater, which meant that he might not know where he was going to work from day to day. But for the past many years, he's been at the Himmel Library, and probably one of the first faces that people see as they come in to the library, welcoming them. But you might also have seen him around town because Mike is a comedian, and he has kept us laughing these many years. He's also a very talented musician and has written really very many funny songs about the library and entertained staff throughout the years at parties and things like that. And so Mike, I just wanted to say thank you so much for the years of service that you've given us and what you've given to Pima County. Must be probably 1 million people that you've seen over the years. I haven't done the math, but if you count all the days that are coming in. So on behalf of Pima County and Pima County Board of Supervisors, thank you for your time. I saw that you started on October 31st. So, you know, that I wonder if you dressed up that day.
I did not dress up, but the people that I worked with that I was meeting for the first time were all wearing masks. So it was not very welcoming.
Not that different from COVID.
The next day was great.
So thank you for your time and your service. Shall I read the certificate? Okay. I actually need, you know, it's that time of life. I need my glasses. County of Pima Board of Supervisors Retirement Certificate in recognition and appreciation of the service and contribution made to the citizens of the County of Pima, State of Arizona. The Board of Supervisors awards the retirement certificate to Michael Sterner. Congratulations. Want to say it?
When I applied for this job, I applied in a room at the TCC that was so big there were birds flying around in the ceiling, and there were like 250 people in that room trying to get my job, or the job that I ended up with, I should say. And so I was very honored to be able to get that job and to keep it for so long. And now I'm feeling weepy, so I'm going to hand this back.
You're fine. You can stand in front of me.
And I'd like to introduce my wife, Bridget.
Okay, we need another. Nice. I bet, yeah, I'll go with you, baby. Yeah.
All right. Back on the regular agenda, this is item number 7, presentation of a proclamation to Craig Ivanyi proclaiming the day of Tuesday, February 18th, 2025 to be Craig Ivanyi Day. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Grijalva, and Supervisor Grijalva is going to make this presentation. Oh, I'm sorry. We probably do need to vote on it. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? It carries 5-0. Supervisor Grijalva.
Can I come up? Thank you. Hi. How are you? I'm going to hand this lovely thing to you, and I'll read some nice things about you. Meet you. Whereas Craig Ivanyi began his career as an ecologist and evolutionary biologist, working his way from volunteer to executive director through an impressive 40-year tenure at the Arizona Sonoran Desert Museum. And whereas since 2010, when Craig became executive director of the Arizona Sonora Desert Museum, continuing the museum's mission to install a love of nature and a sense of responsibility towards environmental stewardship, and where he became an expert in his field, authoring several books and publishing research emphasizing the importance of conservation and adaptation to climate change. And whereas during his tenure, new exhibits such as the aquarium, Stingray Touch Experience, and Pack Rat Playhouse opened, and many of the animal enclosures and garden areas were renovated and upgraded. I have to say I've been there 5 times on field trips with elementary students. This was a great addition. Yeah. And whereas under his leadership, the Arizona Sonoran Desert Museum has forged new partnerships and created numerous community outreach initiatives that emphasize the importance of conservation and the need to adapt to a changing climate. And whereas with his guidance, the Arizona Sonora Desert Museum has remained one of the top tourism attractions in southern Arizona, engaged residents and visitors, and the museum is consistently ranked on a TripAdvisor as one of the top 10 museums in the country and #1 attraction in Pima County. And whereas upon his retirement, Craig leaves an indelible mark on the Arizona Sonora Desert Museum and a legacy of service, helping to educate the public about the beauty of the region and working to conserve that beauty for generations to come. Now therefore be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims Tuesday, February 18th to be Craig Ivanyi Day, as we recognize and celebrate his career and success in promoting and highlighting Sonoran Desert and the Arizona Sonora Desert Museum. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. I never expected to have a Craig Ivanyi Day. My last name is one that in school they couldn't even pronounce, so I didn't expect to be in a public meeting like this. Representing the Desert Museum for this long period of time has been truly an honor. Working with Pima County has been just a fantastic partnership. And I think when you go through this process, as you get towards the end of your career, there are people that say nice things about you because they have to. They get up to there and they say something because everybody expects you to. To have the county go out of their way to make this happen today makes me feel like I actually have done something that was meaningful and good, and something hopefully that has meaning to others as time progresses. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Thank you. Do you guys want to take a picture?
All right.
Mr. Scott?
Yes,
I may.
Supervisor Allen.
One little addition is that I had to mention that there is now a tribute fund created in Mr. Ivanyi's name to continue to draw support for the incredible education and conservation that the Sonoran Desert Museum does, which will continue on being such a jewel in District 3 and all of Pima County.
Thank you all for coming.
Wonderful to hear
Thank
that.
you.
Thank you all so much.
Oh, can we have someone go out and get a group picture of everyone that came? Yes? Okay. Yeah, Naomi will go. Well, no, but he has to do the next one. I know, it's a lot. Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Say hello to Gregory Peccary.
I know, right? All right. Now we're on agenda item number 8, Presentation of a proclamation to Dr. Cherie Meeks, President, NAACP Tucson Branch, Beverly Elliott, Executive Director, African American Museum of Southern Arizona, and Bob Elliott, Chair of the Board of the museum, proclaiming the month of February 2025 to be Black History Month in Pima County. I'll move the item.
Second. Oh, Supervisor
Moved
Christie.
and seconded by Supervisor Christie. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Proclamation passes 5-0, and I will read it. Sure. Why not?
Parade down there. Well, I didn't think about it.
Let's give Bob a job. Can you?
Okay, oh yeah, put me to work.
All right.
Put me to work.
Okay. Here is the proclamation. Whereas in 1926, Dr. Carter G. Woodson, a Harvard scholar, established the observance and celebration of African American history. And since 1976, Black History Month has been recognized nationally in February. And whereas Black History Month celebrates the many vital achievements and contributions of African Americans in shaping our country, our society, and our culture. And whereas the observation of Black History Month provides us an opportunity to gain a deeper understanding of African American history and its role in creating modern American democracy. And whereas we must acknowledge and pay tribute to the generations of individuals who struggled with great adversity, risked their lives for justice, fought a fight that at times seemed impossible to win, and continue to strive for equity and the American dream. And whereas African Americans are engaged throughout our society as our friends, neighbors, scholars, teachers, business operators, community leaders, and contributors to the quality of our lives. And whereas the observance of Black History Month calls our attention to the continued need to battle racism and build a society that lives up to its democratic ideals. And whereas Pima County is proud to honor the history and contributions of African Americans to our community and throughout our state and nation, now therefore be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the month of February 2025 to be Black History Month in Pima County and encourages all Pima County residents to celebrate our diverse heritage and culture and to continue our efforts to create a world that is more just, peaceful, and prosperous for all. Congratulations. You bet. Would either of our three guests or all of our three guests like to say a few words? Dr. Meeks?
I'll start.
All right.
Good morning. First of all, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the board. We are so honored that Pima County continues to support and to acknowledge Black History Month. We know that we are in a time where there are many attacks and there are many efforts to eliminate some of the things that we believe are so important, and certainly that is Black History Month, that we hope we will celebrate all year long because Black history is American history. So I just want to encourage everyone and give you all a call to action to visit the African American Museum of Southern Arizona, to do some reading, to Google something, but to learn and educate yourselves and then pass that information on. So thank you all so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Meeks. Thank you, supervisors. We are absolutely honored to be here today. As Dr. Meeks said, we'd love for you all to come out. Actually, I have a tour in about 5 minutes. Luckily, there's someone else there. We've been quite busy this month. We hope at some point in time we can just say Black history and say American history, and it's all together, and we can start making sure we integrate all of this so everyone learns more about Black history and less about some of the different biases and some of the things that are going on right now to erase or eliminate it. But I can tell you we're in the fight and we'll be there, and we thank you all at Pima County for being right by our side. Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, just to add on to that, just so as of last week, we have now hit the 8,000 mark for people going through the museum in the last 2 weeks. 2 months, excuse me. So it's been amazing. You know, the support from Pima County, the board, the community, et cetera, has been just outstanding. But to have 8,000 people go through that museum in 2 years, not way past our expectations, but you got to keep going. And this is a benchmark. You know, the State Museum would get like 2,000 in a year. We've had 8,000 in 2 years. So, you know, we got to keep going and keep making it available. But thank you for your support.
Would like to also take this opportunity to thank our leadership in our Human Resources Department, specifically Ms. Ivy Bauman, because the county is going to be celebrating its African American History Month celebration for our employees this Thursday at 5 o'clock in the historic courthouse.
Good night.
All right. Thank you all so much. We are now moving on to item number 9, call to the public. Citizens attending the meeting shall observe rules of propriety, decorum, and good conduct. Any person making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks or who becomes boisterous while addressing the board may be removed by the Sergeant at Arms if directed by the chair. Such person may be barred from further audience before the board. Unauthorized remarks from the audience, stamping of feet, whistling yells, and similar demonstrations shall not be permitted by the chair, who may direct offenders from the hearing room. And we have 2 speakers signed up today. They are Lori Moore and Robert Royce. So if they can both come forward, Ms. Moore will go first, and then Mr. Royce, you'll be right after her. And each speaker will have 3 minutes.
Well, it's not a good morning today. My name is Laurie Moore. I'm in District 1. I'm advocating for the victims of fentanyl poisoning. Fentanyl has been characterized as a weapon of mass destruction. It is manufactured in Mexico by the Chinese. We know how destructive fentanyl smuggling is. Over 300,000 deaths nationwide and counting. Add to that 1 child from Tucson last week. Did any of those facts mean anything to you Democrats on this board when you agreed to participate and finance 500,000 unknowns across the open Mexico border? I'm still waiting to hear how any of that made us stronger as a country. Who stood to benefit from that border being wide open? I'll tell you who. Gang members, murderers, drug and sex traffickers, and the Chinese. Fentanyl is about $3 a pill on the high end and free if you just want to try it. Drug dealers are always looking for new clients of any age. And Biden provided that business opportunity for the last 4 years. That was his idea of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Apparently, neither the safety of the addict nor the innocent was a priority with Democrats. The directive from your feeble leader was to flood the United States with unknowns and keep that border open for trafficking, and you obeyed. With the sadness that has been brought to this community, I went looking for any interviews or articles that Democrats on this board might have made over the last 4 years to question Biden's insane utopian middle school idea to open all borders, but particularly ours. Oops. I could not find even one article. No dissent from the obedient sheep. I wanted to hear one of you say, "Oh dear God, what is Biden thinking? Doesn't Biden know the Chinese are making fentanyl in Mexico? Doesn't Biden know it looks like he's giving the green light to the Chinese to traffic fentanyl across our border that will kill hundreds of thousands of men, women, and children?" The apparent conclusion was this. This Democrat-run board in Pima County, Arizona, a border state, did not object nor oppose the open border. Neither did you try to prevent a known chemical weapon of mass destruction from being brought into this country. Your disregard and negligence, in all likelihood, increased the distribution of fentanyl trafficking in Pima County and the nation. The Chinese could not have asked for a more accommodating group of people. Maybe to humanize this, Democrats on this board should volunteer to be pallbearers at every fentanyl-related funeral. May the addict and the innocent rest in peace. The Democrat leadership in Pima County, Arizona, failed you.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Mr. Royce.
I've been asking my supporters to vote no on Proposition 414, half-cent sales tax increase. We don't need a half-cent sales tax increase. What we do need is a countywide sales tax payable to the entity where it's collected. Last winter, I spent a couple hundred hours trying to get on the ballot to run against you. No offense. I took it as an opportunity to promote my countywide sales tax scheme or plan. And it was the only subject I talked to anybody about. I talked to 2,200 people. Half of them signed my petition. I still came up short because I needed 6 times the signatures you did. But I can certify, and having run on it 5 years ago against you, sir, I can certify that my countywide sales tax proposal is overwhelmingly popular. But I can't just throw it out, because I have promised something over 4,000 people that 3/4 of the new revenue would go to abate property taxes. That's the whole idea, is to give the county a sales tax stream that will allow you to stop reaching in my pocket. I mean, it is absolutely not fair for the city of Tucson residents to be paying for their city government with a sales tax. And then you cross the river into the foothills and there's no sales tax on the luxury restaurants. And it's just not fair to ask the citizens of some of the poorest neighborhoods, I'm looking at you, Adelita, some of the poorest neighborhoods in the city to chip in to subsidize some of the richest people in the county. It's just not fair. So, once again, I'm asking people to say no, to vote no on this sales tax plan, because we don't need it. What we do need is more financial responsibility. This packet here is, we're talking at $200,000 they wasted, because it's going to go down. The fire department and the police department are paying for the propaganda. It's just not right. I'm asking all of my supporters and indeed every resident of the city to vote no on 414. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Royce. There are no other speakers for call to the public. I'm going to close this segment of our agenda and ask my colleagues if they would like staff to follow up on any point that was raised or respond to a criticism. Supervisor Allen.
Just because District 3 contains a couple of ports of entry and 130 miles of the U.S.-Mexico border, I feel that obliged to just put a fact out, which is one that has been consistent for decades, that 90% of the drugs that are apprehended entering this country have come through ports of entry, and moreover, a similar percentage they have been carried into this country by U.S. citizens. And that is the consistent decade upon decade statistic from DEA, from Homeland Security, and moreover, we have been, as both from Democrats, but leadership at all levels, been supporting the buildup and fortification of our ports of entry because they are such incredibly important infrastructure places for our country. So just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Allen. Supervisor Hines?
On a personal note, I literally confront the fentanyl and opioid crisis every day I work in the hospital. So I certainly am doing my part. But this board, because I believe a comment was made that the board has never, or we have not made any comments as to the fentanyl crisis or something. So look, we have approved Narcan for all of our sheriff's deputies. We have done all sorts of things that we can do at this local level to help to mitigate this crisis. So only some of it can be local. A lot of this has to be through the state, and especially with the cooperation with the federal government.
Thank you, Supervisor Hines. Anybody else? All right. As you heard during agenda adjustments, we are going to now hear item number 19, which is the annual report from our Election Integrity Commission. And the chair of that commission, Brian Bickle, is here to make the presentation. I want to point out for the public and the media that the Election Integrity Commission was established in 2008. We are the only one of Arizona's 15 counties that has a commission of this kind. There are representatives from each one of the political parties, the Democrats, Republicans, Greens, and Libertarians. There's also a representative from each one of the supervisors, and then there's a representative from the county administrator. And I believe that for a long time, Mr. Bickle has served as the chair, and we're grateful to you for your leadership, and thank you for being here today.
Thank you, Chair Scott, members of the board, Administrator Lesher. And after the elections last month, I am still the chair of the Election Integrity Commission. I'll make this brief. If you look at the report, there have been significant changes this year. For personal reasons, Misty Atkins resigned as commissioner from District 1 and has been replaced by Lori Cinnamon. Connie DeLarge is still the commissioner representing District 2. Commissioner Mace, I spoke with him after the last meeting. He didn't know whether he was going to stay or not. That's Commissioner or Supervisor Allen's appointee. Cheryl Caswell, Commissioner from Supervisory District 4, was stepping down for personal reasons, and I haven't heard who Commissioner or Supervisor Christie was appointing to replace her. Commissioner Tellman served for a long time as the commissioner from District 5, and if the information I've been given is correct, Supervisor Grijalva, Cam Juarez has been appointed in her place. And I've had the opportunity to work with Cam in the past, look forward to working with him in the future, and appreciate your appointment in that regard. As far as the commission is concerned, one of the things that we focused on during the past 12 months was looking at the governor's task force report on election activities. We did have one item that we've referred a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors to support, and that regarded the AVID funding. AVID is the Access Voter something database, information database. It is about 40% funded by the individual counties, and all of the counties are required by statute to use this to maintain voter information in a statewide database. We recommended that this become a state budget item, and that was supported by the board 5-0. We appreciate that very much. Another item that brought about a lot of discussion as far as the conduct of the election are concerned, it was discussed quite widely by the members of this board during Director Hargrove and Recorder Casares Kelly's presentation last month, and that's the first time that we dealt with a multi-card ballot. I think the biggest problem we had there was referring to cards and ballots, understanding that a ballot was 2 cards long. A point that was raised by, I believe, Supervisor Hines during that presentation was what happens and how do you keep card 2 and card 1 together? And the answer to that question is you don't. They both have their own cast vote record. It's unique to card 1 and unique to card 2, trying to keep them together, and there is no reason to keep them together. There is no information on card 1 that requires any activity on card 2. In fact, you don't need to vote both cards, and there were a number of voters that just returned card 1, which basically had the elective offices, and a number of voters that just returned card 2, which had all of the initiatives and referenda on it. So they are handled as separate and distinct ballots. It creates no problems as far as we are concerned. It did get interesting when we were doing the recall count for the Pima County Sheriff. We had to run all the ballots through the tabulators again, and basically what it did was it separated those ballots, all of the ballots on card 1, which had the sheriff's race on it, into one bin, and all the cards 2s went into another bin because we didn't have to count them anymore. So it's something that I think, given the uniqueness of it statewide, went very well. Based on what I'm seeing at the legislature so far this legislative session, we will probably have a 2-card ballot again in 2026. We picked up our first referenda yesterday, I believe, that is going to eliminate the opportunity for voters to drop their ballots off at the polling stations on Election Day. That is my understanding. HCR 2013 is going to be a referendum presented by the legislature on the 2026 ballot. So I think we're going to see another 2-card ballot in 2026. That's just speculation on my part, but it's been an interesting year. I think the year forward is going to be interesting as well. We do meet for our February meeting this Friday morning, and we have a presentation from John Brakey, who has a 501c3 firm that works on elections. In addition to him, former Secretary of State Ken Bennett is going to be there, and Bill Reisner, who is the representative of the Pima County Democratic Party. So it is a bipartisan presentation, but it is a software program that has been developed for the verification of ballots. We don't know exactly how that's going to work, but that's the reason we've asked them to come and present it to us. And if any or all of you are interested in listening to that presentation, we'd love to have you there Friday morning. On that note, most of you know that I did run for Supervisor Miller's seat at one point in time, as well as Treasurer Ford's seat. The disappointment in both of those races, aside from the results, is that you don't get to participate in the elections process because you're not allowed in the area if you're on the ballot. None of you are on the ballot in 2026. You do your votes every 4 years. I think it would be wonderful if you came down during the election and actually looked at how the operation works, because it's a well-oiled machine. It works very, very well, and you certainly will develop a better understanding of how it functions if you actually see it operate live and in person. But we'd love to have you there, pending the approval of Director Hargrove, because she controls access to that building during the election. So barring any questions from members of the board, that concludes my report. And thank you for the opportunity to speak sooner rather than later.
Thank you, Mr. Bickle. Supervisor Hines, and then
Thank
Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Chair Scott, and good to see you. That 2-card ballot thing, I don't know, in my head it just feels like they would want to still be paired up. I know it doesn't mathematically matter, but I don't know. As a former inland legislature myself, I mean, we saw all sorts of craziness going on for 6 or 7 days. I was there serving with Governor Napolitano. She went away. And then for the rest of the 4 years, it was with Governor Brewer. But I think probably, just to underscore again, the first substantive thing for our ballot in 2026 is going to be the legislature's idea of that voters will want to limit their ability to have places to vote, to drop off ballots. Is that right?
That's the way I read the concurrent resolution.
That's great. Okay, well, I suspect they're doing this because we have Governor Hobbs and not Governor Brewer or Ducey, but thank you for letting us know.
Supervisor Christie.
Yes, for Mr. Bickle's benefit and information, Cheryl Caswell has agreed to be reappointed.
Oh, great.
This board approved her reappointment last meeting.
Great. She had problem. I believe one of her parents, she was anticipating becoming the caregiver. Sorry to see her go, but I'm delighted to see her back. She's been a great contributor to that commission. Thank you.
Reappointed and approved.
Thank you. Thank you for that information.
Supervisor Allen, I thought you were.
I was moving hair, but I'm also.
I do that all the time.
I could do that.
But I did intend to just simply say thank you for your leadership, for your service. This is an important commission. I did speak with our District 3 representative on the commission, and it's my understanding that he continues. It's intending to continue in his role.
Good.
So thank you.
We appreciate the stability. Thank you.
Before we move off this item, I'd like to move that we accept the commission's report. Moved and seconded by Supervisor Hines. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Mr. Bickle, thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity.
All right, you bet. Okay. We do have a time certain item at 11. Which is addendum item number 1 on addendum 1. But we're going to get through as much of the regular agenda as we can before then. So let's move to item number 10, Riparian Habitat Mitigation Plans, Administrator Lusher.
What you have before you, Mr. Chair, members of the board, is the approval of the quarterly report of the district plans.
I'll go ahead and move the item.
I'll second. Any discussion? Administrator Lusher, I had a question. I know that these plans are approved by the engineer. Is there any, for lack of a better term, chain of command that reviews that person's recommendations before they're presented to the board? I don't remember that from when we passed the plan.
Chair Scott, it is the chief engineer of the county that approves the report. And under the revisions to the code, they simply approve the report and provide them to you quarterly. They come up through Deputy County Administrator DeBonis and me as we recommend you a sign off on the reports. But it is a process simply that allows for our district chief engineer to approve the report.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, we have a motion to approve, and it's seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 5-0. Item number 11, it is a contract. Harold C. Levkowitz as successor trustee of the Levkowitz Family Trust created by agreement dated March 14, 1994, and Jed Bogage as successor trustee of the Joe Lefkowitz Bypass Trust created by agreement dated March 27, 2020 to provide acquisition agreement 1245 and warranty deed for approximately 170 acres of flood-prone land located at the southwest corner of North Aguirre Road and West Manville Road.
I'll go ahead and move the item.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Passes 5-0. We'll now move on to approval of the consent calendar. I'll move approval of the calendar as printed.
Second.
Mr. Chair,
Supervisor Christie.
just a question.
Please.
It states that there will be a payment of just under $120,000 to Jot Properties. We know Jot Properties was instrumental in accommodating the asylum-seeking process that the county embarked upon. Is this the final payment?
Administrator Lesher.
I'm sorry, Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, I'm struggling a moment. I believe it's a duplicate warrant. If it's part of, that means that this is that list of any number of checks that were submitted and it is being replaced because they've been lost for some reason. The reason I hesitate is I don't know exactly where this check might have been in the order of those checks paid when we were paying rent during the process. I believe it is the last one. I don't believe we owe them any other funding at this time.
If you could just verify that would be great. Other than that, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor. We had the item moved and seconded. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Consent agenda is approved 5-0. Item number 13 is Board of Supervisors representative updates on boards, committees, and commissions in any other municipalities. Any of my colleagues have anything to report? Nope. All right. Now we'll move on to item 14, update on federal and state executive, legislative, and judicial actions that affect Pima County. This item was put on the agenda by Supervisor Grijalva.
Hi, thank you, Chair Scott. I just wanted to get an update and request perhaps a regular update, maybe monthly, maybe quarterly, on federal and state executive, legislative, and judicial actions that affect Pima County. As we heard in an earlier presentation, things are happening fairly quickly. And so I'm just wondering if we can get an idea of, the number of grants. I know that you sent out a communication, Administrator Lesher, on the number of grants that might be affected, but as those things come up, if we can also have a public discussion, because I know we get the emails, but I think it's important because people ask us what's happening, and so this would be a way for us to sort of communicate out with the public what's going on, and not limited specifically just to grants, but any directives that could impact departments like health, sheriff, county attorney, any education and immigration policies that can impact Pima County residents. So I don't necessarily mean it to be specifically narrowed to any funding exchange. It's more like, what are some things that are coming down the pike that perhaps I know in other states, local municipalities are getting a lot of pressure for their police and sheriff's departments to be compelled to be of assistance in immigration raids. And so I just wanted to make sure that we sort of start to have a regular update on what these things might look like, because I think that there's going to be a lot of movement almost daily, it looks like right now.
Thank you, and Chair Grijalva, it's going to be a while. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Chair Scott and Supervisor Grijalva, we do have a brief report today on everything we know. We have Senior Advisor Sarah Davis is here, and we have been trying to crosswalk all of the executive orders with how we think they might impact the county, and happy to provide a regular report at these board meetings. Ms. Davis.
Sure.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Supervisor Hines, did you want to ask something before we did the presentation?
Oh, no, I can wait.
Okay.
Chair Scott, members of the board, Administrator Lesher, it is an honor to be here today. Thank you for the time to update. As indicated by a number of our speakers and Supervisor Grijalva, activities are fast and furious. So we are going to update on what we know to date in and around the federal funding impacts, along with some of the data issues, staffing issues, and some of the recent movement that's happened over the past 72 hours. Next slide, please. So since January 20th, there have been over 60 executive orders issued and signed. That number is larger since you've gotten this presentation. Our county staff and departments are reviewing these executive orders very, very closely to determine the applicability to the services and programs that this county provides and any potential impact to federal funding. Very, very notable moment on January 28th was when the Office of Management and Budget released correspondence to temporarily pause federal funding tied to 7 of the executive orders. And since then, there have been numerous court injunctions to prevent said pause of federal funding alongside directives from federal agencies that our county departments are receiving. Friday was the first reported recoupment of already issued federal grant awards. Next slide, please. This is a very, very high-level timeline just directed at the Office of Management and Budget funding pause in and around some of the court activity and injunctions. This happened over less than a 2-week period, and all of our county departments are monitoring the impact to our grant portfolio. Currently, the number of 63 is incorrect. It's now 75 lawsuits pertaining to the executive orders and the pausing of congressionally approved funds, accessing of sensitive data, and or removal of such are pending at present. So next slide, please. What I'd like to discuss is the county's strategy about the potential fiscal impact of said pause. We're working really closely with our Grants Management and Innovation Department to look across all of the potentially affected grants within our portfolio. It looks to be over 93% could potentially be impacted, but what we're looking at really closely is the executive alignment with the court orders. So are we still able to receive funding that has been appropriated? We know about 63% of the grants that could potentially be impacted are reimbursement grants. So making sure those portals are still open, making sure we're submitting for reimbursement for appropriate and approved scopes of services. It's important to note that there are different types of awards. There are awards we've already received. There is reimbursement funding, and the concept of obligation is going to be critical here. So looking at the awards that we have received or the reimbursement modeling of grants funding, have we obligated? Do we have grant award agreements in place? Do we have contracts in place for these federally or pass-through funding opportunities? So one thing we're looking at as of now, we know the portals are largely open for reimbursement funding. If that changes, we will update the board in real time. The other component of that is looking at across our grants portfolio, especially over these 90 days, where our grants are statused. So are they going to be complete soon? Have we completed the scope of services within those grant agreements? Are they kind of in the middle of their grant portfolio or performance period? Are they annual pass-through grants, or have they not started yet? Obviously, the ones that haven't started yet are the most at risk because grant agreements aren't necessarily in place. So we've heard from a few of our federal agencies correspondence to potentially pause. Those have been rescinded. Some haven't started scopes of services yet, so those are temporarily paused. And so it's a bit of a untangling that we're monitoring, but we are monitoring it closely. Next slide, please. Another component that we've seen a lot of, especially over the last week, is data accesses. So one thing that has been considerably impacted, both on the funding side and the data side, is our public health space. We know that there has been directives or action to pull down some of the public data sets that we rely heavily on, including CDC, FDA, HHS data, Census Bureau data. There have been court injunctions to get those data restored. Some of them are restored in full form, some are not. There have been access to critical data sets like US Treasury, Department of Education, Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. That's just a few. This list is growing as some of the work within the Department of Government Efficiency continues to do some of their directives. Next slide, please. So of note, as we do these regular updates, we will continue to be updating on the status of our grants portfolio. Again, some of those are pass-through funds, some of those are state mandated services. So we will be looking closely pertaining to the executive order directions, but also do those grants tie to some of the work that we are state mandated to do as a county. and working with our Pima County Attorney's Office on that. We are looking closely at the considerable amount of hiring freezes. As you saw over the past 72 hours, there were a large amount of workforce across our federal agencies impacted. We're going to monitor the effects of that and how that falls down to state and county or local governments. And then we are going to update the recoupment of federally issued grant award funding is something we're going to continue to monitor. Those dollars were obligated and tied up within contracts. So the recoupment of funding is something that the county will be monitoring closely. And finally, recent tariffs has already seen an associated impact on our county operations and our general fund procurement of services. So with that, I am free to answer any questions from the board.
Supervisor Grijalva and then Supervisor Hines.
So some of the data that you mentioned that has been modified or deleted, and it's required by our grants to collect that data, are those federal grants that we have to collect that data from, like CDC and other places? And if the information isn't available, then we could be, the county could be like in trouble because we're not supplying the commitment to what we said that we would provide. So I'm it's kind of crazy.
Chair Scott, members of the board, Supervisor Grijalva, we are doing a considerable amount of data work on our own in terms of the collection of our programmatic data and the population we serve. That data does get reported to our federal agencies as a component of the grant award agreement.
Yeah.
Part two of that is a lot of those data are critical infrastructure and how we serve our population. That's how we determine priority areas. That's how we determine vulnerability. It's how a lot of health activities are planned, including our clinical services. And so it has a pretty wide-reaching effect.
And can you expand a little bit on the tariffs and the impact to the county?
Chair Scott, members of the board, Supervisor Grijalva, we got report recently from one of our county departments that because of, it escapes me what specific tariffs, but some of our services within our county departments and planned capital improvement projects are going to be affected by the cost of materials.
So the estimates will go up 25% or whatever it is, depending on that supply.
Supervisor Grijalva, yes.
And then one other question about, are we receiving reimbursement? Because there were some other states that said, while there was a block that you couldn't withhold funds, they still haven't received the funding.
Chair Scott, members of the board, Supervisor Grijalva, right now, everything is happening minute by minute, but right now our portals are open and available to submit. We haven't seen any tremendous interruption. We have received some correspondence from our federal funding agencies that have either modified the times of the portal accessibility or brought forth references to the executive orders to determine the allowability of these grant award agreements. Some of those have been rescinded, and so we are monitoring very closely. We're working with our grants management innovation department and at the departmental level. This affects over 20 county departments. Two of our very big grant award departments include our health department and our community workforce development. And a lot of those are formula awards that are annual that we rely on for critical services. So we are going to continue to monitor if there is interruption to any of those reimbursement models. We will update you.
Yeah, because usually there's a little bit of a delay, right? You put in all of the deliverables and requests for reimbursement, but there's usually like a month, maybe more delay. So have we received any reimbursement since the 20th?
Chair Scott, members of the board, Supervisor Grijalva, we can follow up and get that amount of detail.
I just want to understand, because I know every state is different, and it seems to me that some of the information that we're hearing sort of depends on the state. But I would be very curious, because usually those models, it is anywhere from like 30 to 90 day reimbursement, and so if the portal's open, we're putting the information in, but we're not receiving any funds, that's when I get very concerned about this budget process that we're going through, because we have a lot of departments that are asking for supplementals, asking for different increases. And my inclination right now is to say, everyone has to stick with the budget they have until we understand clearer what's happening at the federal level, because it's impacting 20 county departments, 93% of our grants. I mean, we're talking how many millions of dollars could potentially are touched here? Do we have a round number? 148 million. So yeah, so that's sort of where we're individually, I know everyone's sort of talking to us about, can we get this, can we get that? And my instinct is to say, no, not until we know for certain that we're going to get reimbursed for any portion of this, because those grants, just like the FAA cuts, are people. And so some of these are critical need positions that we have to try to figure out from the general fund, depending on what the urgency is. How do we float some of those positions for a while? So I'm very concerned at what these impacts are. And, some of them are state mandated, but I don't anticipate that the state's going to have the funding to float the county, since we've seen a reverse of 121 million from what used to be state costs that now Pima County will have to cover. I can't imagine that we're going to have that funding from the state. So thank you. And I appreciate the updates. Unless there's an objection from my colleagues, I would like to see this item come back at least every meeting until there isn't such a critical need to do it.
Do you want to make that in the form of a motion, Supervisor?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
That's not going to preclude more questions.
No, sir.
This is just in the middle of it. Yeah.
So that was moved and seconded by Supervisor Hines. All those in favor of this being a recurring agenda item at each of our meetings until further notice indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Now I'll go to Supervisor Hines and then Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Chair Scott, and thank you for the summary. I feel like maybe we should have that update daily or twice daily at this point, but I don't know. So as we heard, really distressingly, I didn't anticipate that the airport authority and the military folks would be saying, by the way, yesterday they got rid of 400 people, which we saw on CNN. Yeah, not great. So this is having the federal government, not understand what certain staff do and getting rid of them because they're a line item and they want to, I don't know what they're doing, but and then we'll just start counting planes as they fall out of the sky and say, oh, maybe we should get a couple hundred of those 400 people back real quick. This is not the way to run anything, which and I'm not, you don't represent the federal government, but I did read some pretty concerning stories about, I think it was the city of New York and others that were seeing like tens of millions of dollars being clawed back from the federal government payment portally. And it's a two-way thing. So having dealt with this with multiple businesses and in my personal life with credit cards, can we put a stop something on the federal government in terms of their ability to take things? I would very much like to have the county, nope, you cannot take money out of our accounts, but you can send it, but you can't take it out because y'all don't know what you're doing. And those are grants that were previously approved or money that was passed by Congress. And truly, we don't have a monarch for a reason. Congress said something and executive approved it, and therefore that is the law. The Doge people and Elon Musk and his 23-year-old squad don't get to screw up all these governments like this. So that was sort of a question. Is there a way for us to somehow protect ourselves from having an unauthorized transfer out to the federal government because they decide they want to take some grant money back or something? And I will let you answer that.
Chair Scott and Supervisor Hines, I'll try it if Sarah has additional information. I think the simple answer is no. We are watching it very closely to see, as you were right, I've heard that in, I believe, New York, it was about $81 million clawed back. So at this point, we've been watching at all the accounts to see if that's occurred. And I'm going to look quickly to the legal counsel on my left to see, I'm not aware of a way that we could block that removal at this point.
Okay.
Scott, Administrator Lesher, we can take a look at that.
Great. Thank you.
Supervisor Christie.
Yes, thank you. You're in a kind of a difficult position right now. And it's obvious, as you've said on numerous occasions in your presentation, you've been doing a lot of monitoring, but you have no definitive idea at this particular point down to the dollars and cents that are going to be impacted here. Is that correct?
Chair Scott, members of the board, Supervisor Christie, we have an idea of expenditures from our last fiscal year. We have a list of total grant awards. Why I highlighted earlier that we're looking at which of our grants within our portfolio are almost finished.
But those have not been impacted as of yet.
Right.
Those are what you are deeming vulnerable.
Right. And
So at this point, you really can't provide any dollar amount that is going to be withdrawn from the county
Chair,
specifically.
if I may, Chair
Please.
Scott and Supervisor Christie, I think this report is similar to what we provide with any of our financial reports, our best estimate of what we see on the horizon. That you are right. What we are looking at is estimates. What we have heard from the federal government, we do not know at this point what number.
The reason I'm saying this is I just heard a little bit of hyperbole from my colleagues over this, because we have no idea how much money is going to be withdrawn from our budget, from our activities. So right now, everything is pure speculation, and it's probably a good opportunity to be able to say the sky is falling and all this is bad. I always wonder why anybody would be against waste and fraud in the government, in taxpayers' money, but apparently that doesn't matter to my colleagues. And you talked about tariffs. I heard thrown out, and I don't know where it came from other than on more speculation, 25%. You don't know what amount percentage-wise is going to be impacting anything in Pima County at this point, do you?
Chair, if I may again, Chair Scott and Supervisor Christie, it is correct that we do not have specific
So we don't
numbers
have
yet.
specific items at
But
this
we do
point.
know, if I may, you say we don't have an idea of what might be the impact,
have
and
a
I believe we do.
vulnerability.
We absolutely do have an
have a
idea of what might be the vulnerability.
If I could interject for a second, I think what I'm hearing, not only in terms of your questions, but also the administrator's responses, is the factor of uncertainty.
There is
which is that we don't know. And I think that's why we voted 5-0 to put these regular
Right,
updates
so-
on, so that as more certainty comes in, the board
My
can be.
point is, there was a lot of statements made that actually they sounded that they were based on certainty. There is no certainty. You have no finite numbers. We don't know what is going to be vulnerable other than your speculation of monitoring. Also, the $148 million that you have pointed out is vulnerable represents 11% of the budget. Might be a very good time for us to look at 11% of the budget and prepare for this kind of situation. But until we have more actual dollars and cents, then it's all pure speculation. And finally, my last question, in the essence of transparency, could you describe, you've used it on a number of occasions, and I know what it is, but maybe the public doesn't. Could you describe the portals? What do you mean by portals?
Chair Scott, members of the board, Supervisor Christie, pertaining to portals, we use various electronic databases that are operated by the federal agencies which we are funded by. And that is the tool that we submit our invoices or reimbursement to get paid for the services provided within that grant.
Thank you. And finally, I think it's if they're going to be laying off or reducing workforce in the Federal Aviation Committee, 400 administrative people that write grants, I think that's worthwhile looking at and not leaving the air traffic control stranded. So anytime it's top heavy in the administrative area, it's time to remove a lot of that administrative area. So I applaud that effort. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Grahal.
Yeah, the 25% was the tariffs. That's where the 25% number came from. So that was what we were told.
What tariffs are you referring to?
So we have tariffs that were the reason why some of those construction costs were going to be increased the ones with Mexico and Canada were
they've
listed
been
at 25%. Just a moment, that's what I was talking about with 25%. So when they have to estimate that these things might eventually come back, you have to look at that. And I just think it's incredibly, I hope that when we're talking about the kind of cuts that we're going to ask countywide to do, that we're all prepared to do that in our own offices.
Absolutely.
Great.
Absolutely.
Any other questions or comments from board members? Supervisor Allen.
Chairman Scott, thank you, and thank you for the presentation. You know, it makes me think that the importance of public service and having people in roles of public service that care about the public, because fomenting uncertainty causes, well, uncertainty. It's my understanding that we have in the state of Arizona about 35,000 people who are federal employees, which are, possibly includes the 400 people from the FAA and many other critical services. The thing that I keep thinking about in a lot of the conversations I've been having with people out in the community is one about what the impacts are to the county and the critical services that we provide, but also in thinking about the work that we do is often in partnership with the universities, the community college, K through 12, with the University of Arizona, social services, nonprofits, the hospitals, water quality, land, sort of myriad agencies who are also funded by the federal government. And so in thinking about the degree of uncertainty, it is also not just the uncertainty of the county itself, but it is the uncertainty that is rippled out through all of the partners that are fundamental to the functioning of our community in profound, profound ways. So at this point, we may only be able to pinpoint it as uncertainty, but uncertainty is instability. And that causes suffering and struggle from people who are indeed afraid for their lives and for the future of their family. So uncertainty matters. My question is, are contracts with the federal government binding?
Administrator Lesher. Mr. Jerkowitz.
Chair Scott, Supervisor Allen, yes, they're contracts and they can be enforced. We would have to take a look at a specific contract to determine what the actual provisions were.
Supervisor Hines.
So kind of following on that a little bit, all of this uncertainty and chaos costs money, because how long have we been talking about this? We have staff dedicated to monitoring the chaos, figuring out what the chaos is going to do to our essential services and how it's going to potentially adversely impact the people that we all work for. We are their employees. By the way, so is the president. He works for us. So I think we should all just keep that in mind. Though Elon Musk doesn't, weirdly. So this just is going to be an additional layer of stuff I'm asking you all to do, but I think it would be very important for us to track how much staff time, resources, if that can be done without causing too much, too much of a, yeah, exactly. But this is literally costing taxpayer dollars just to figure out what the actual heck is happening. And there's a process in medicine. You actually you're not supposed to be harming the system while you're trying to figure out how to fix it, right? So this doesn't seem like a great way to do things. So I would just suggest that we monitor how much it's costing us to even figure this out, because while hey, look, if there's a duplication of services that are unnecessary at whatever level of government, then we should look at eliminating or streamlining or making that more efficient. That's fine. But you need to collect the data. You need to figure out what is going on first, figure out what do those 400 support people do for the FAA? Do we need that? Maybe we do. And maybe we shouldn't can the people that are that control nuclear material for the Department of Energy and actually put that material into nuclear warheads when they update it, because we just fired them all and now can't find them apparently. Not me, but the feds. So let's just get the information and then act on it accordingly and not cause all this inefficiency by trying to supposedly become more efficient. I don't know. So if we can maybe track some of that at the county level, I think that would be really helpful for us to know.
Thank you, Supervisor. If there are no other comments or questions from my colleagues, I had a quick request for Administrator Lesher and Ms. Davis. I was very struck by the use of the two terms on the slide dealing with grant funding, obligated and awarded. Obviously, both of them could cause budgetary implications for the county, but especially those in the obligated category. So as we get these reports at every board meeting, if you can make distinctions between obligated and awarded grant funding, I think that would be helpful for us in terms of considering the budgetary implications. And I thank Supervisor Grijalva for putting this item on the agenda and for my colleagues for approving it as a standing agenda item until further notice. We have a time certain item at 11, but I want to really quickly, because we have a gentleman here who has an interest in item number 17, would like to take up item number 17, which is petition for relief of taxes for Good Shepherd Presbyterian Church. I will move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Hines. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 5-0. Certainly.
That's my name is Gary and I do appreciate this because the money that we would have to spend on this is going to go to all new HVA system. It's down right now. We do appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. And again, since we have 4 minutes before, pardon me? Just, we will absolutely, I just wanted to see if quickly, because I know Mr. Stratford is here, if we could take up item number 37, which is grant acceptance, Stratford Artworks to provide a subaward agreement for the Teatro Carmen rehabilitation. This is money that is coming from the city of Tucson, is passed through with the county. Administrator Lesher, any additional information that I neglected to mention? All right, I will move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed?
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie opposed. Thank you, Mr. Stratford.
Thank you.
All right. It's been a request that we take a quick break before we have our presentation at 11. So we will do that, and then we'll come back and welcome our guests for addendum item number 1. Would like to thank our colleague from District 2, Supervisor Hines, for putting this item on the addendum and inviting some guests that we can hear from with regard to the dire situation, and I don't think that's an exaggeration, that some of our local fire districts are facing with regard to their funding situation. So I will turn it over to Supervisor Hines, and then we will hear from our guests. Supervisor.
Thank you, Chair Scott. And obviously, we've been seeing a lot of disturbing news coming out of Southern California, but we are living in a place that is fire prone. We're in a desert, right? So that makes a lot of sense that we do everything possible to make sure that to do everything that we can to mitigate any kind of disaster like this occurring here locally. And we have multiple fire districts. I think it's over 20 in Pima County, and many are not adequately being funded, which can lead to a increased amount of time for response to an incident, and also can impact the quality or reliability of equipment, fire trucks, that kind of thing. So I don't want to just talk at everyone. I want the experts who are here, who have dedicated, multiple hours of their time to be here to help us understand which districts are the most vulnerable and which are most likely to have issues, and what we can do about that. So I will invite however you want to get up here and present, and however you want to do it, please.
Supervisor, could you just introduce who our guests are?
Oh, actually, how about Ryan, if you come up and you can, is that okay?
That is perfectly fine. Thank you, sir.
To start off, we're going to have Fire Chief Brad Bradley from Northwest Fire District. He said, Chief Wonder, 1 second. Chuck Wonder. Chief Chuck Wonder from Santa Rita Fire District. So in your district, sir. And then last, the fire chiefs will be Chief Brian Delphs from Upper Valley and 3 Points Fire District, which I think has a large swath from across the board. And then I will kind of give it a little bit of a perspective. My name is Ryan Ward. I represent a lot of firefighters in Southern Arizona and Tucson, and I will kind of give a little bit more of a perspective as they can kind of showcase some of the issues that they're having from the financial portion, how it's affecting the firefighters on the streets as well. So.
Mr. Chair, Supervisors, thank you very much for having us all here. For the record, Brad Bradley, Fire Chief for the Northwest Fire District. I'm going to start off by giving you a huge thanks, not only for having us here, but for recognizing the gravity of the situation that we're all faced with relative to shrinking streams of revenue and increasing demands throughout the entirety of Pima County and truthfully throughout the entirety of the state of Arizona. I want to walk you through just briefly some of those challenges that have occurred over the years that have put us all in difficult circumstances that we've been doing the best that we can to navigate through. Again, while call volume continues to increase, risk within the community continues to increase, and kind of highlight the differences really between the districts, noting that there are so many within Pima County, some of them very, very large, some of them medium-sized, and some of them very small, and we have a reflection of that today. So with that, fire districts in general are authorized to operate under ARS Title 48. And Title 48 establishes fire districts as special taxing districts, special taxing jurisdictions of the state. And so essentially they're excluded from any city or county government, right? So we're a standalone, all of our organizations are standalone governmental entities that are overseen by nonpartisan elected board members. Depending upon the size of the organizations, they can be either 3 or 5 governing board members. Based on the statute, fire districts are able to provide fire protection services, emergency medical services, up to the level of providing ambulance transportation. And if you choose to provide ambulance transportation, then ARS Title 36 kicks in. So that's the oversight and governance of the Department of Health Services through the state of Arizona. They regulate ambulance transportation throughout the entirety of the state. And so we're allowed to enforce fire codes adopted by each individual district, and that creates its own challenges, particularly when a county has to deal with if every fire district adopted their own individual fire code. Now you've got 20 to 30 different fire codes that are all in place within the county. And so we operate off of a secondary property tax that is levied. It is our primary source of revenue for all districts. Grant funding supplements that, both state and federal grants for revenue. And ambulance transportation. Again, if agencies choose to provide ambulance transportation, there is revenue associated with that. And for some organizations, it's up to half of their annual budgets are generated through the provisions of ambulance transportation services. So those are the things that in statute you're allowed to do. There is another caveat in the statute that says, and allowed to provide other services as necessary or as deemed appropriate, which would be outside of fire suppression and emergency medical response, special operations response, swift water rescue, technical rescue, things of that nature. Not all districts do them, but many do. Wildland fire response. Again, not all fire districts do, but most do. Many do. Community assistance programs. Some districts have the ability to provide higher levels of community assistance. Some do not. Fire prevention services. Again, you'll keep hearing this. There are plenty of districts that aren't able necessarily to provide their own fire prevention services. They'll contract with others, or they'll sign mutual aid agreements or intergovernmental agreements to provide those services. And public education. Now, assessed values, if we can go to that slide. This will give you a real good look at the variances between districts in terms of that first column is your commercial assessed. Those are your class 1 and class 2 properties and the associated values. The next is your residential, which is your class 3 through 6. And then you've got your total limited net assessed value. Huge range in disparity between organizations, and where that becomes incredibly important is we all tax the same way, right? We all generate a tax rate through the same mathematical formula, and it's based upon net assessed value and applying a tax rate. And in statute today, that tax rate is set at 375. So when you look at, and that rate is nothing more than a function of the value in the community, right? It's not a measurement. A lot of folks like to take a look at tax rates and say, well, this organization has a lower tax rate than this organization, so they must be better managed, they must be more efficient, they must be all those things. None of that is true. It just means that the organization that has a lower tax rate likely has a higher property value that they're protecting. And so when you look at the differences between just the three agencies here, between Santa Rita, Avon Valley, and Northwest, for every penny on the tax rate for the Northwest Fire District, it raises roughly about $170,000 in new revenue. That's a considerable amount of money, and it's actionable money. It's things that we can. It's enough money to be able to do things with to benefit the community. 1 penny in Santa Rita is worth about $74,000, whereas 1 penny in Avon Valley Fire District, despite its enormous size and geographical area it covers, it's $4,000. 1 penny increase is $4,000, and what you see as a result of that is most of the smaller organizations have the highest tax rates because they have to just to be able to function. Does that make sense? So when you look at how did we get into this situation, a lot of legislative challenges that all of the fire districts throughout the state of Arizona has faced. You go back to 1992, and the tax rate cap initially was established at $3. It was raised to $3.25 in 2005. In 2021, it was raised, escalating over time from 325 to 375. Now, in exchange for that was another Senate bill that occurred in the same time period, which took the tax assessment for Class 1, which is your commercial property, and reduced it from 18% all the way down to 15% today. So if you look back, and we'll just use Aber Valley and Northwest Fire as the example, two extremes. Northwest Fire has the highest amount of commercial property of any fire district in the state. And so, but we're not tax capped. We still have plenty of room in our tax cap. Whereas Aber Valley has very little commercial property. But they're, at the time they were tax capped, but they just picked up an additional 25 cents of taxing ability. They didn't lose anything as the commercial assessment dropped from 18 to 15 on the commercial side because they didn't have any, right? Whereas the Northwest Fire District lost considerable amounts of money, 3% reduction, and we'll talk through exactly what that is, in exchange for the ability to raise our rate, which we had plenty of room to be able to move. And unfortunately, what you see is that kind of decompresses that liability throughout the entirety of the district, where we know as commercial assessments are going down, in order for us to even stay status quo, the rates are going to have to come up. And so the burden is shifted a little bit. And you go all the way back to the 70s, where commercial assessment was at 50%. And it has been reduced over time down to its current level, which is 15 today. So I would say the most significant change in legislation that has occurred over the years that has been most impactful to us is Prop 117. Prop 117 occurred in 2012, and essentially it established a single limited property value as the basis for determining all property taxes, back to basically reset everybody's property values from a taxing perspective back to 2015 limits, 2015 levels. So as you move forward and take a look at the slide that shows NWFD assessed value, we'll just show you what the impact is on the large scale, right, on the most extreme side of things. Since that proposition went into effect, from the date that it went into effect to today, the cumulative loss to the Northwest Fire District is just short of $100 million. That is a staggering amount. And so, with that said, we've been blessed, we've been fortunate that we've had a lot of growth. We've had a lot of growth in the Northwest Fire District, and that has helped. But there were a number of years where we didn't have the ability to do the things that we necessarily needed to do. We had to push all of our apparatus replacement way down the road, try and extend the life of trucks, try and extend the life of properties. And it took us until last year. Now, again, when this went into effect, it reset our values to 2015. It was last year that we got back to what the value was before it changed in 2015. So there is a huge gap in time where costs continue to go up, but revenue to the organization increasingly went down. So that same issue occurs with every fire district in the state of Arizona, right? I just use Northwest Fire as the example because it's a fairly extreme example, but it's equivalent, but on a proportional level to every other fire district in the state of Arizona, Aber Valley included and Santa Rita included. So with that, when you look at that Class 1 reduction in particular, and you look at the chart that shows, in order for us to, at the Northwest Fire District, in order for us to mitigate that loss, if you look at it from a cumulative perspective all the way out to fiscal year 27-28, the estimated cumulative revenue loss will be over $7 million. We wouldn't be here having this conversation about assistance through Prop 310 which, while it passed in Pima County, failed on a statewide, which Prop 310 was intended to mitigate these effects of all these legislative changes that have occurred over the years. And so with that, when you look at the equivalent increase to tax rate, you can see every year, just to make up for that loss, we're going to have to go up 2 cents a year, 2 cents every year. And if you pencil that out, it's not going to be very long before we hit the tax cap. And then we're going to be in real trouble. And so, and you've got agencies out there, by and large, the majority of your smaller agencies are already at that level. They're already capped. They're already capped. There's nothing else to be done. And so without some other form of assistance, and I tell you, you know, as part of Pima County Fire Chiefs, there's not a Pima County Chiefs meeting that doesn't go by where we're constantly looking at efficiency. How do we gain efficiency without losing effectiveness? And more importantly, how do we gain effectiveness when we have such a disparity between capabilities of districts throughout the state? And we're blessed that we all get along incredibly well. And there aren't any agencies out there that, you know, when they say we need help, everybody else says, yeah, no, we're not coming. It just doesn't work that way. And so, but there are challenges associated with that, disparate levels of staffing and deployment and things of that nature. And that creates issues as it relates to outcomes for our patients throughout the county, outcomes as it relates to lives being saved, property being protected, and the community being cared for to the degree that it deserves and expects, truthfully. And so Ryan can certainly speak to that. With that being said, I would tell you, just thank you. Hopefully this provides a little better background for you in terms of fire districts, why we are here, what we exist to do, the challenges that we faced, and leading up to the full support that we see coming from you all. Not only in recognizing the challenges that we face throughout our community, but actively pursuing opportunities to assist us where you can. We're incredibly thankful for that. Any questions of me before I turn it over to Chief Wonder?
Any questions from Supervisors?
Sure.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chair Scott, members of the board. Thank you again for having us here. My name is Chuck Wonder, and I am the Fire Chief of the Santa Rita Fire District, formerly known as the Green Valley Fire District. We represent District 2 and District 4, and we cover the entire town of Sarita and the community of Green Valley, so that's our service area. I do want to thank Chief Bradley for the great job he did highlighting the financial challenges and the constraints that are being placed on districts. He really did a wonderful job, and I want to stress, as the Vice Chair of the Pima County Fire Chiefs Association, we all feel that. I also just want to highlight a comment he made in there. We are blessed to have a awesome working relationship amongst all the chiefs. You're fortunate to have a group of professionals who work collaboratively on a lot of issues, and that's how we've survived a lot of things over the years based on those relationships. So I'm grateful for that and grateful for my peers that are here today. So with that, there are actually 18 fire districts in Pima County, and they vary from very large size districts like Chief Bradley highlighted, the Northwest Fire District being one of the largest, if not the largest in the state, I believe, correct? And they'll run upwards of 20,000 calls to smaller, tiny districts that are less complex that may only run a couple hundred calls a year in that. And those challenges, I'd like to highlight how they look differently based on the constraints that Chief Bradley highlighted. So I think that was a specific request from Supervisor Hines that let's hear those very specific challenges. So with all fire departments across the United States, staffing levels is a challenge for us. You look at that, recruitment, retention are big time challenges. Just the number of people that are simply coming out. If you look at the city and the initiative they're running right now, one of the top things they're highlighting is the need for more firefighters, correct? And so that is the same issue that we face. I think what I want to highlight from the funding perspective, though, is the disparity that occurs between districts on that, because our larger districts have the ability to perhaps compensate more and offer more benefits, and therefore they're the more attractive. And they typically, those larger districts, set in an urban/suburban environment, so they have a larger pool to pull from. When we step out and we look at other areas, perhaps up on the mountain like Chief Gunyo or you look down in Aravaca or someplace in our smaller districts, they're fighting that. They have constant turnover because of those kind of things like that. Their staffing is not consistent, and their people are leaving to get a better job. Not, good on them for that kind of thing, but it makes it a challenge to provide a consistent level of service in smaller districts like that. So I think it's important to highlight that, and that the inconsistencies. And then when you have an inconsistent or no workforce, and sometimes because staffing level is so minimum, your ability to respond appropriately and manage emergencies is diminished. You look at a small district and they face a wildfire. Can they deploy enough resources quickly to get around that? They may not have the ability to get out there quickly. Maybe their area is so large that the response time takes them too long because they're not geographically deployed appropriately just because they don't have those resources. So I think staffing is a very specific targeted item that's important to us and that we're going to need some relief with. Speaking of the wildfire response, I would venture to say that all of our fire districts have some sort of wildland issue that we contend with. Some of our more urban and suburban areas up here in this area have what we call WUI. You may have heard that term, or wildland urban interface issues. These risks are where development and people come and meet natural resources and the environment, and those create unique challenges. The firefighting is different in that environment. The specialty and the training and education and resources needed to mitigate that are definitely different. I know it was a hot topic here for a little while when we chatted about the Bighorn fire. That was a fire here that went across the Catalina foothills in the Oro Valley area, a significant fire, and required a ton of resources. And granted, we have other collaborative partners. We work with the forest and the state, et cetera. But at the local level, the ability to get out with those and have appropriate staffing to mitigate those is hugely important. And then I think transversely, if you look at a rural fire department and the wildland areas they protect, they often protect hundreds, if not thousands, of acres of wildland area with very few resources. They may have 2 people on duty that's protecting an area. Specifically in my area, we protect the entire Santa Rita experimental range. And you may be familiar, a few years back, there was just a small 58,000 acre fire that occurred out there. So, and then we have areas outside that I'll highlight in a little bit that not in our district, but we're the closest jurisdictional closest fire department to protect them. And so it is important that we be able to deploy enough resources to control those kind of things. In addition, specifically training. The financial constraints that have been placed on us cause challenges with training. If you look at a small district and let's say their budget's only $300,000, they're really looking at the choice of, putting fuel in the ambulance or repairing a fire truck versus sending somebody to paramedic school or to a specialty school. They have to balance that. That's a very difficult thing. How are you increasing your skill set or even just minimally keeping your employees trained when you're fighting that realistic battle at a minimal budget? And so that's again, a disparity we see across the board that we could use some relief on. But that doesn't always just apply to a smaller fire district. We're a mid-sized fire district, the Santa Rita Fire District, and we experience that. We may be able to afford $10,000 to send a paramedic to training, but now we're 6 months with them off the truck. What is that doing to our service levels? Are we going to reduce our service levels to have that happen? Can we backfill that? Where are we in our recruitment and retention cycle? And what's that going to do back to our taxpayer to have to compensate for that? So again, I think training is one of those things that is a very specific example of something we're struggling with. I also think aging equipment and infrastructure. With limited budgets, some of our districts are forced to operate it with outdated equipment. This equipment could be fire trucks, it could be ambulances, or personal protective gear such as turnout gear. Just for a little bit of perspective, turnout gear alone costs about $5,000 per set of turnout for every new firefighter you bring on. That's a pretty price tag. This is a hurdle some of our smaller fire districts really struggle with. And even larger districts experience the sticker shock on a regular basis. For example, I'm in need of replacing 15 cardiac monitors in my district. These monitors are $40,000 each. I'm a simple fire chief and my simple math says that's $600,000. At $40,000 each, I could have got a car from Supervisor Christie with that kind of money. So anyway, you can also expect, if you're looking at these costs, routine fire trucks now are between $700,000 and $900,000. And that's a standard model. That's not a Cadillac model, you know? And so, and I don't even want to get into discussing prices of ladder trucks, which go well above $1 million per units. So you can see how a smaller fire district doesn't have the capability to make an investment like that. And so their trucks age out. We have districts running trucks that are 25 and 30 years old. There's safety issues related with that truck. There's operational issues, just simply keeping the pump running on them. So those can be challenges. So again, all districts struggle with that ability with their equipment, but also their infrastructure. I don't know how a small fire district has the ability to add a fire station. I really don't. If you start looking at the restrictions that have been placed on us with our ability to grow, as Chief Bradley highlighted, it could take 15 to 18 years for a small fire district to save enough money to build a fire station. What has occurred during that time frame? Now, of course, you can go out to bond, but smaller districts, their bonding capacity is significantly reduced. So a fire station, you're looking at $5 or $6 million, again, for a simple fire station. How does a small district put in infrastructure like that? We're blessed to be a stronger district in the Santa Rita Fire District, and I need to add 2 fire stations and some support facilities. We've already bonded, and that's gone well, received tremendous support. But again, that's a significant cost to ask back. So looking at some sort of additional support is definitely needed in our industry. And then I think the last thing I just wanted to highlight that was specific and kind of unanticipated is the service demand and expectation is the word I'll use to they continue to increase. Chief Bradley highlighted service demand call volume certainly goes up, and we wrestle with those with limited resources. But I think some of the things that we're experiencing are also the expectations that occur. You look at an Arivaca Fire District. When they started their district, they weren't planning on incurring the issues that are related to the border and the responses that they have to make up and down that section for transports. That's not part of that, but there's nobody else there to do it. And our fire department and Supervisor Christie, your office has contacted me with this specifically with the dissolving of the Elephant Head Volunteer Fire Department in that area. By default, we're the next fire provider in that area. There's nobody else to respond out there. And I don't default begrudge the volunteer setup at all. It's very difficult with the increased training requirements we have and the funding restrictions. How can any of them stay in business? I really don't know. I don't know how they stay alive like that. My hat's off to any of those and those that are dedicated to doing that profession. But with their dissolving, now you have people calling consistently. Just yesterday, we ran a critical cardiac call out in that area, and we were a 17-minute response time. In our world, and we joke amongst my peers, that's like same-day service. You know, it's 17 minutes. That's just unacceptable for our standards in our district boundaries. So these people, we struggle with that. And so again, the ability to get some additional funding to help alleviate that. Same kind of idea. If we had to respond to that same area, and we do have a wild land issue out there, that's risk. And so we could argue that, well, it's not your district, don't go. Well, what happens if we don't go? What happens to that wildfire when we don't go? We wait till it burns to our boundary? Of course not. I mean, those are ethical dilemmas for another time, but those are significant challenges we're up against, and by default, we ended up in that scenario. So again, service demand and those expectations are another challenge that we're facing that's trying to be a specific example. So with that, I think there are tons of other challenges that we can discuss. We're happy to work that with staff and come back at a different time. But I just want to say that we're grateful for you allowing us this time and the support and interest that you've shown in helping us solve this issue. So,
Chair Scott.
Yes, sir.
Just a real quick clarification, the 17-minute response time, would that apply also to a paramedic, or is that just specific to a fire truck?
That was our paramedic and our fire truck going together based on the nature of the critical call. And again, I want to emphasize that's not within our district boundaries. That's not our standards, but responding outside to support that because there was nobody else to go. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Wonder. Chief Delfs.
Chair Scott and other supervisors, thank you for allowing us to be here today. Supervisor Christie said that I had an hour and a half to speak. I'll try and keep it to that. Honestly, I just want to kind of tag on to a little bit of what Chief Bradley and Chief Wonder have already said. And I represent the small districts, and that's 85% of the districts that are in Southern Arizona. I'm also the chair of the Fire Chiefs Association right now, and so I'm speaking on behalf of the group. But I want to speak anecdotally about Avra Valley and 3 Points because those are the districts that I'm the most familiar with. Combined, I've got 48 years of service in the fire service. And for the last 15 years, I've been blessed to be part of the Avra Valley Fire District. Just 3 years ago, The 3 Points Fire District was having so many issues financially and otherwise that we entered into a management resource sharing agreement with 3 Points. So now the administration of Avra Valley and the mechanics for Avra Valley and the personnel are sharing resources back and forth with 3 Points. So we effectively manage both districts. And our personnel can work in each other's districts, and we share vehicles, and we share turnouts, and we share cardiac monitors, and we share all these other things that these guys have alluded to, just trying to get by. You know, every community is going to decide what level of public safety protection they're willing to pay for. On one hand, you could have a fire truck or an ambulance at every Circle K or every street corner, and that would be the safest type of a model. Very expensive. On the other hand, you could have no protection, and that's the cheapest. So every community has to decide what are they willing to pay for? What level of risk are they willing to adopt? How much insurance do they want to buy? And so that's where a lot of these different issues come into play. I can tell you that from a small district perspective, we're struggling. And I've been accused of fear mongering. I've been accused of whining, if you will. But the fact of the matter is, we're barely scraping by. And that's, I think, the message that I want to give you guys. I so appreciate the fact that you are pushing this legislation at the state and you're trying to get us some assistance. That is so important to us. But we also need some other help in other areas, and I'd really like to have the opportunity to sit down and discuss what some of those might be. Between the Avra Valley and 3 Points Fire District, you know, Chief Bradley talked about being the largest fire district in the state of Arizona as far as density, population, budget, all those kinds of things, and he's struggling. But at Avra Valley and 3 Points, we're the largest geographically. We don't have the density and we don't have the population, but they still expect good response times. And they still expect that when they have a fire or they have a urgent call, that the A-team is going to show up. We cover collectively 890 square miles. I have 14 firefighters on duty at Avra Valley, and I have 6 on duty at 3 Points to cover 890 square miles. By comparison's sake, the city of Tucson, the entire city of Tucson, is 277 square miles. So that gives you an idea of the geographical area that we have to try and cover and the response times that we're going to have, not to mention the condition of the roads and the locked gates and you know, there are areas that we can't get to if it rains. We just can't get there. And so we have a lot of these kinds of challenges. And yet, with that limited staffing, we also protect a lot of critical infrastructure. The Asarco mine, where we had one of those monstrous dump trucks roll over with the driver trapped. We had incidents on the interstate, a 21-car pileup in a dust storm where we had 23 patients, 6 of them critical, and 10 of them trapped. 2 years later, we had another accident with 19 vehicles, 21 patients, 19 cars, 21 patients, 8 of them critical, some dead. And I could put 12 firefighters on that scene. 2 patients for every firefighter. Not to mention the transport capabilities and landing helicopters and all of the other things that have to go into that. And so we have to rely heavily on mutual aid. Northwest and others are willing to come in and help us with some of those types of things. But, you know, if I respond outside my area to go help Eloy or to go help somebody else, how can I expect other fire districts to backfill my district? You know, if I send my crews out to a wildland assignment somewhere, how can I expect Northwest to release their units out of their district to come help my district? You know, we do work well together, but there are limits to how much we can do. From 3 Points, I used to respond from the Ajo station to the border to help Arivaca. I have 6 firefighters in that fire district. I can't do that anymore. Because if I leave my district to go to the border to help Arivaca, there's nobody in my district to cover the area.
We talked a little bit about property tax and how our primary funding is property tax. The county, the state, and the city of Tucson are the largest property owners in both of my districts. Those entities don't pay property tax. We protect critical infrastructure from regional airports to correctional facilities to water treatment plants to 36-inch pipelines that carry 75% of Mexico's fuel right through 3 Points Fire District. You know, all of these different, those and many more types of infrastructure that we're not compensated for. Old Tucson is in our district. The Desert Museum is in our district. We have a lot of these places that we're providing protection for that we get no revenue for. I will say that the city of Tucson did step up about 12 years ago, and they entered into a subscription agreement with Avra Valley to cover the areas out there because most of the city's water comes from Avra Valley. And so they pay us every year in a subscription agreement to cover their area, those areas. It's a small amount, but it helps. We talked about, Chief Bradley talked about the amount of time that it took to recover after the financial downturn. In Avra Valley, in 2023, our tax revenue equaled what it was in 2011. Over that period of time, everything else, the cost of staffing, the cost of insurance, the cost of benefits, the cost of turnouts, the cost of trucks, the cost of fire stations, everything more than tripled. And so our costs went up exponentially, but our revenues stayed flat. And so it's only been in the last 2 years that we saw some increases in revenues. And those have been minor. We've taken a lot of actions to sustain our budgets. We've applied for and received some grants, but those can't be used for staffing because those are one-time revenues. And staffing is 90% of my budget. My firefighters are some of the most dedicated individuals you'll see. They're some of the best people on the planet. And yet, my starting firefighters make $2.40 per hour over state minimum wage. People at McDonald's make more per hour than my firefighters do. So that gives you an idea where we're at. Those staffing shortfalls that we talked about affect our fire responses. If you look at wildland fire, and that was part of the auspices for this entire discussion, we've had a dozen fires that were between 5 acres and 385 acres within our district boundaries over the last 5 years. It's interesting that even some of those are on state land. But if state land sends resources to come and battle those fires, they bill me for it. The National Fire Protection Association says that I should be able to put 16 firefighters at a structural fire within 8 minutes, 90% of the time. And I'm covering 895 square miles. I'm down to 2 stations at 3 Points because last week we had to abandon Station 301. That station has severe problems with its water well, its water storage system, its fire alarm system, its electrical system. We had to abandon the station and move our crews to another place. So now we're covering that entire district up 2 stations. And yet we're supposed to put 16 firefighters. I have 6 in that district. I'm supposed to put 16 at a structure fire within 8 minutes. You can see that just doesn't happen. So I'll wrap this up. I know I am starting to whine a little bit maybe. But you know, when we hire new firefighters and we bring them in and we pin a badge on their shirt, we tell them, you're accepting an obligation. And we know it's an obligation because when things really go south, they can't leave. And the first responder can't call 911. First responder doesn't have anybody there to back them up. So
So they've got an obligation to stay there and to see it through. But I also tell that same firefighter when they're giving them his badge that we also have an obligation to him or her. And our obligation is to make sure that they have the equipment and the training and the support to do their job and to do it safely. To make sure that they have the cancer prevention things in place, to make sure that they have the mental health resources available to them, to make sure that they have enough pay and benefits to make sure that they can feed their families. That's our obligation. Frankly, we're not meeting it. So anything that this Board of Supervisors can do to benefit the small districts or any fire district, in addition to what you're already doing, and I so appreciate what you're already doing. Anything else that we can do, we would love to sit down and discuss with you, and hopefully we've got some really sharp minds here. Maybe we can come up with something. I appreciate your time. If there are any questions, I'll take them.
Chair Scott.
Thank you. And Supervisor Hines, were we also going to hear from Firefighter Ward, or was the presentations being done by just the chiefs?
Yes.
Did you have a question, though?
I can hold it until everybody's.
And I'll just say to my colleagues, with the chiefs and Firefighter Ward, just like with the presentation that we had earlier this morning from the Airport Authority and the Air National Guard and DM, we didn't put any time limits on these speakers as we have with previous speakers who come before the board. And I think that that's important because when it comes to the public health and safety issues that were addressed, I didn't feel comfortable putting time limits on them like we have for previous speakers. So I appreciate the board's understanding and indulgence. Go ahead, Firefighter Ward.
Thank you.
Am I using the appropriate title for you?
Sure, I've been called worse. Chairman Scott, Supervisors, thank you for having this issue brought to you today. I think it's a very important issue because this issue affects every person in Pima County. I've been a firefighter for over 16 years, and I've worked in different parts of the county. But everything that these chiefs are saying is an absolute, it's absolute whole and it's absolute truth. There are issues, there are holes that are happening on a daily basis in the county, in these fire districts across the state. And one of the points that I think was brought up twice, and Chief Delps brought it up, was the Desert Museum. And I think it's fitting that I talk about that today because of the gentleman earlier that was getting his distinction, is that the people that go to the Desert Museum don't live at the Desert Museum. So there is, I don't know what the amount of visitors that go there every year, but none of them are paying taxes in that area. But they are still relied upon by the fire districts and the firefighters that are in that area for an emergency when it does happen. And that same thing happens, I think I've used it a couple times, Supervisor Christie, with Mount Lemmon. Very limited amount of residents on Mount Lemmon, but everybody knows in the summertime, everybody goes up there. Everybody goes up there in the wintertime. And all those people up there, they don't live up there, but they fall under the same expectation of a response if they call 911. And that fire district is hurting just like the rest of them are. And they talked a little bit about some of the fire trucks that are out there. These fire trucks are getting worn down on a daily basis because our call volume is increasing. The firefighters are not complaining about the calls. That's what we do. We love running calls. But when we can't run a call if our truck is broke, right? That's probably the second most important piece of apparatus that we have outside of the firefighters. And the turnaround times on getting these trucks now is upwards of 2 years. You put an order for a truck, it could be up to 2 years to get it back. And the other part of that is that if your frontline truck does go down, you got to have a backup truck for it. And so we're kind of having that built-in redundancy for it. And I think that those are some of the part of the equipment aging in place is essentially that's what's happening daily for it. So Supervisor Chris, you did a great job at the last meeting talking about the wildfires that have happened in the county over the last, I think it was like decade or so. and they're only getting bigger, they're only getting stronger, they're only growing, right? We saw what's going on in Southern California with their wildland urban interface and what they're facing. That same thing can happen in Pima County pretty easy. Bighorn fire, the wind shift, Catalina foothills, Oro Valley, there's a lot of houses in that area that can go under. These firefighters can make headway, start to curb some of these fires when they're happening. But if, like these chiefs were saying, if they don't have the resources to do it, then it can't be done. If they don't have the apparatus to make it down the wash to get there, they don't have the hose packs to get there, it's just not going to happen. And if you call for state resources, sometimes it takes hours. I'm talking tens of hours for them to show up. And they're sitting there watching a fire for 10 hours burn. And what that's doing is that's causing insurance rates to go up on every property owner in those areas, and everybody's feeling it. And I think a lot of times what they're basing that off of is frequency. And then also the Southwest Fire Science Consortium did a study on the Bighorn fire, and about 2 years ago, they kind of came to some conclusions. The grass rating, so when an area burns and the growth that comes back after it, most of the time it's that grass, buffalo grass, and some of the other ones, right? The previous rating was GR2. The new rating is GR4. GR2, you'll get flame lengths of 1 to 2 feet. GR4, you get flame lengths in height of 4 to 8 feet. So we're talking about 4 to 8 foot high flame. That's with no wind. Now, if you get wind involved on it, 20% slope, like let's say it's going up to Catalina's, it burns 4 times as fast. So that's 4 times faster than it's going to burn if it's just sitting there. And we have to get ahead of it. We have to start getting our arms around it. But a lot of times, if we're on calls, don't have the equipment, our truck can't make it there, that's an issue that we suffer, and we take it personal as firefighters because our job is to protect the community. And if we can't do it, we take it pretty hard on that. So, I'll kind of wrap it up with this because I know these guys have said a lot and I don't want to take anything away from it, and they took a lot of my points as well. I'm just kidding. But firefighting is a dangerous job, and everybody that has signed up for it knows it. And I don't think anybody got on the job and was like, too dangerous, right? Anybody who's been on the job for three more years know that this has inherent dangers with it. The number one killer of firefighters right now is cancer. 75% of line of duty deaths is cancer related. The International Agency on Research on Cancer, IARC, has given firefighting a group 1 carcinogen level, which means, and that's the same thing as radiation and every other known carcinogen out there. The job firefighter is a group 1 carcinogen, which means that if you are doing it long enough, you will get cancer. That is just the short long of it. We have guys at our department right now that are battling cancer, and they're still on the truck. We have guys that have had cancer and beat it, and they're back on the truck because these guys love being firefighters. These people that are getting cancer, they love being firefighters, and if they can beat it, they're coming back on the truck. But what is also hurting our districts and our funding is that these are workman's comp claims. So, and they could probably speak to it a lot more than I could, but I think it was about 3 years ago, the workman's comp insurance, we just got done talking about property insurance going up because of the risks. Workman's comp insurance either dropped some districts and departments or substantially increased it. And with that being said, workman's comp insurance is one of those bills that you got to pay, right? As an employer, like that, it's just one of those bills. Like we all have bills. Sometimes I don't get this month because I got to pay this. Workman's comp is one of that, and that directly affects overall budgets that we have. And a lot of times that budget that it's taking from is cancer reduction that the districts or departments want to do, but necessarily can't. So you talk about turnouts. you go to a fire and your turnouts are covered in carcinogens. We do a lot of stuff for post decon, which is a great step, but we also need to wash those turnouts. But if I have 22 hours left on my shift, I can't just take my turnouts and throw them in the washer. I need a second set of turnouts, which, as you heard, they're upwards of $5,000 each. So getting a second set of turnouts for firefighters is a big deal. But at the same time, it is a big deal to reduce cancer for these firefighters that are out there putting their lives on the line every day for their communities, knowing that they're dealing with carcinogens and still getting on the truck and still going down the road, answering the call. You've heard a lot of stuff from these guys are smarter than me, from these chiefs and the issues that we're facing and the obstacles that have been placed in front of us at the state level. But I'm hopeful and I'm glad to be here today to speak to it. And I thank Supervisor Hines for bringing this forward as well, is that this is an issue and we need to address it sooner than later, because if not, it will be a bigger issue that'll be coming across your desk that I don't think anybody wants. I'm proud to be here today. I think that we're moving forward, and when legislation like this or issues like this get fixed and passed, I think it's going to be everybody in this room here today that is going to be proud to say that they were there when they did it. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Questions, comments from board members, Supervisor Hines, and then Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Chair Scott, and thank you for really incredibly moving remarks. So, sorry. So I'm also in the hospital. I'm not quite as much of a frontline as you, but I get it. Everybody I work with, incredibly dedicated. That includes the folks coming and dropping off patients to the ER. That includes the nurses that I'm working with all day or all night, and they're not going to say no. If someone's in need, they're not going to ever say no, even if it hurts themselves. So, thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Christie, and then Supervisor Allen, did you have your hand up as well? All right, thank you.
As I've said before to this board, in light of what happened in LA and other wildfire-prone communities and the damage and the devastation, I think all of us at this board would feel absolutely horrible and gut-wrenched if we knew, or it came to pass, that there was an incident of wildfires or some other natural disaster like this that could have been prevented or could have been dealt with on a much more efficient basis if we had acted prior. We're hearing the saying, which I think is so poignant, what is predictable is preventable. And I think it's incumbent upon this board to analyze what is needed in order to make sure that we are now predicting a very heavy wildfire season. What can we do as a board to prevent it or minimize it or deal with it? We can all point fingers in different ways at what happened in Los Angeles. What I would like to see this board try to do is prevent an occurrence like Los Angeles from happening here in Pima County. As I said before, we know it can happen because it has. We've seen the straining of resources, firefighting, emergency, law enforcement. All of our first responders are strained to the max because of various reasons, either staffing, equipment, lack of training, all of those areas that need to be addressed, but a lot of them are long-term projects that are probably, months, if not years in the making. What our concern is, or my office's concern is, because we have such a high propensity of wildfires in my district, all the way from Mount Lemmon to south to the Santa Cruz line, is the wildfire issue. And I want to express my appreciation to my colleague Supervisor Hines for bringing this issue up and having the frontliners respond to it with their presentations. So, but at this point, what I'd like to just throw out to the board and the county administrator and the chiefs and the associations and the districts is to kind of dig deep into the whole situation of funding, because we're hearing how drastically underfunded most districts are, and that as far as the cash flow and the operation of a fire district is being hampered because of lack of funding or inadequate funding. So what I'm hoping is we can determine short term to bring everybody up to speed what it's going to take. But the problem, of course, with short-term funding is that once that runs out, we're right back to where we are. So we need to try to establish some sort of a stable, in-place, institutionalized funding source that can prevent the inhibition of the fire districts to do their job as a result of lack of funding. So I did ask Supervisor Hines at the last meeting to look into that, or the county administrator, but I'm hoping we can come up with a dollar amount that would keep the fire districts operating so they can concentrate on fighting fires and meeting the calls, and then a long-term approach so where the fire districts aren't in a situation 6-8 months, a year from now, saying we've run out of money again. So it's a two-pronged thing. And then we need to prioritize where this money is going to be spent. Is it going to be on equipment? Is it going to be on training? Is it going to be on staffing? Or is it going to be a combination of all of that? So I think there's a lot of analytical elements that we have to look at in order to make sure that the funding is adequate. But my concern right now is what we need to do as we come into this wildfire season. It's historically this time of year and on where we have these emergencies. What's it going to take to prevent a Los Angeles from happening here in Pima County? Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Christie. Supervisor Allen.
So thank you all for coming and your thoughtful comments and your experience and leadership, for that matter. I guess my question is what the mechanism is to ensure that we can equitably distribute resources out to the under-resourced areas that don't have enough of a property base, such that if we increase property tax, how does that reach out to Arivaca, which is not going, which is a obviously different property tax base than Golder or Northwest or other places. And then layered on that, and I think this was touched on, we have places that are incredibly important to us within Pima County, from Saguaro National Park, our national monuments, our wildlife refuges. Those are federal lands. There's also state parks. And so how do we ensure, while they're incredibly important to us, there are also vulnerabilities in terms of wildfire vulnerabilities for all of our communities. So how do what's the mechanism? Because if property tax isn't going to, isn't property to tax in many of these places. So what could that look like?
Excellent question. Incredibly complex, no question about that. It's a conversation that we've had regularly with Pima chiefs, and if you go all the way back to Proposition 310. Proposition 310 established a statewide sales tax with a disbursement model that was predicated upon net assessed values, right? But it set a cap, and the theory was your larger organizations will hit that cap quickly, and once they hit the cap, there will be a trickle-down effect for all of the other agencies. And so once this issue with 310, once 310 failed, certainly had a conversation with Supervisor Scott, Chair Scott, and others looking at, is there an opportunity to do something similar to 310 at a county level? But what I didn't like about the 310 model was the cap, in that from a statewide perspective, that cap was considerably high. And I felt like even though the largest districts still need help, still need support, all of the things that firefighter Ryan was talking about in terms of needs for second turnout gear, for cancer, we don't have second sets of turnout gear. We can't afford that. And so, but with that said, I looked at it from the perspective of not setting a cap, but setting a floor, where every agency would get a significant portion as a floor, looking at, and the way I modeled that was based upon needs that I'm aware of for agencies, looking at common staffing models, right? Consistent application and deployment of services throughout the county, right? Based upon risk modeling done in the county. There are plenty of agencies, myself included, that we endeavor and do what's called a standards of response cover. So we do a risk assessment of the entirety of the Northwest Fire District. We do risk assessments in every first due around every fire station. So every station knows, here are our target hazards, here are our risks, here's how we're going to deploy. And we have deployment models and plans for all of that. I would recommend the county endeavor to do a standards of response coverage for itself. Obviously, we would participate in that, and let's really do a good, thorough risk assessment and develop a deployment model that provides greater levels of standardization and consistency in terms of staffing, training, deployment, and response throughout the county. And so when I looked at setting that floor, it was based on what I know about Mount Lemmon. What do we need to do to get Mount Lemmon to a staffing level that meets a national standard or something along those lines? Now there are agencies in place, myself, Northwest Fire rather, Golder Ranch, Tucson Fire participate in what's called an automatic aid agreement. Seamless response, no boundaries whatsoever. The closest, most appropriate truck goes. The way we're able to do that, common staffing, common training, common deployment, common terminology, common incident command system. That way we can work together without jeopardizing the lives of our firefighters because of, if the expectation is if all of your training, your background, your deployment, your philosophy is predicated upon an X number of people climbing off that truck. In our case, 4 people. All 4 people have a job to do. But in the case of other agencies, and I'll use Brian as an example, he's going to show up with 2 people. That throws a kink in our plan, right? Because we're prepared for 4 is going to show up, and here's what all 4 are going to do, but 4 don't show up. And if we don't have common terminology on the radio, if we don't even have common radio frequencies, that's a problem. So there are any number of things. I look at this from a very holistic perspective. Supervisor Christie, you were talking about, we just really need to look at this and see what those needs are. They might be this, they are everything. That's what I would tell you. And looking at where, really strongly, carefully looking at where are our risk hazards throughout the county, but being realistic in the sense that because Pima County is so diverse, it is so geographically diverse, and we have to be realistic in those terms, right? There are going to be areas that we know it's going to take us a little bit of time to get there, and but as long as we've recognized that, we know it's a target hazard, maybe we're sending more units on the initial call out than we would in other areas. Does that make sense? So it's a lot easier to tell them to go back than to get them started. And when you need them there fast, you need them there fast. And so it's all about deployment modeling and risk hazard and risk assessment. And I think that's probably what's needed in Pima County is a standards of response coverage, which will drive, I think, when you see what the disparities are, that will allow us to prioritize staffing, equipment, apparatus, things of that nature. So,
thank you, Chief
Chair
Bradley.
Scott.
Me first.
Hold on just one second. I just wanted to ask Supervisor Allen if she had any follow-up to the response, and then Supervisor Grijalva had sought recognition before I go back to either of you 2 gentlemen.
I did, thank you. The other piece that I think about, I've been thinking about the totality of the county is the Tohono Nation.
Sure.
And the degree to which there is kind of the, what you call it, sort of the automatic aid deployment and that degree of collaboration with the nation.
Right.
And I'm curious kind of what that looks like.
They are fully on board, fully part of the mutual aid. Right now, all agencies participate in statewide mutual aid. And so where we all agree that if we have the capacity to deploy outside of our boundaries and go assist somebody, we certainly will. The nation is part of the Pima County Fire Chiefs Association, and we work hand in hand with those folks. In my district, I've got the Yom Pueblo that we provide coverage to, much like areas of the county, county-owned properties. We don't get any revenue from that. But we're the closest, most appropriate agency, so we go do our job.
Right.
Yeah.
If I could just add on, Supervisor Allen, in our particular jurisdiction, we actually work under auto aid agreement with the Tohono Nation. So we automatically dispatch them and they cover for us automatically. It's not even mutual aid set up in our scenario. So we engage with them frequently and they're good partners.
Thank you, Chief Wonder. Anything else, Supervisor Allen? Supervisor Grahal.
Thank you all for being here. A lot of what you've discussed with the standards of response time, I had a meeting with firefighter Ward, was it like 7 months ago or something, where we were talking about how different it is depending on where you are.
Right.
Some of the concerns with the city of South Tucson and some of our other little areas, like the overlap. I imagine that, because I remember when I went to high school a million years ago, that if firefighters were hiring, there was like this line of, thousands of applications that you guys talked about. And I'm assuming that perhaps that has dropped some, as it has with a lot of other first responders, really critical positions in our community because of the salary. Because I know that, you can do some stuff online at home and make $25 an hour. It makes it really difficult. And really, I just do see firefighters, law enforcement, medical staff, teachers, there's a calling there that it's like this is what fulfills you, but it should also, you shouldn't have to have a second job in order to do, provide public service. And so I'm wondering if you've had a class and comp study recently, and if there is the sort of thing that happens with our law enforcement where one fire district maybe bubbles up and causes people to maybe leave one to go to the other, or that kind of competition amongst you all, if that's an issue.
Yes to all the above.
Okay.
The comp and class study, we do a pay scale assessment through Pima County Fire Chiefs on an annual basis.
Okay.
And recruitment and retention is a huge issue for the fire service, not just here in the state of Arizona, but across the entirety of the nation. And so it used to be, and I'll use my agency as an example, when we would go out to hire, we would post, and we had to put a cap on the number of applicants that we would accept. We would put a cap at, say, 1,000. And we would hit that cap inside of a few weeks, and we'd have to shut the process down because we couldn't process any more than 1,000 applicants through. I will tell you, we're doing really, really good if we hit 350 with no cap. And I would tell you, our process right now, we have an academy in place, and this is true for all organizations to one degree or another. And that of the 350 that applied and went through the process, we were going to hire. We had funding for 25. Yeah. We have 21. And 21 qualified applicants. And so you've got, there are agencies in Southern Arizona that have as turnover in their academies as high as 50%. It's just not for everybody, and not all agencies are alike. In fact, we're all a little bit different, right? We do the same job, but we do it a little differently, and philosophically, culturally, we're all a little bit different. Where we align is at our level, right? We all understand what the needs are, and we work cooperatively together, and recruitment and retention is going to be an issue. It is an issue. It will continue to be an issue. Challenges are, because of our limited funding, if we throw everything at just pay and benefits, everybody's chasing each other because there's a finite pool of resources. And if Chuck is stealing from me and I'm stealing from Brian and we're just recycling the same firefighters throughout the community and they're chasing a dollar, then it becomes a race, but it's a race to the bottom. And it's just not sustainable. And so we've got to look at other ways, other opportunities. And depending on, in Brian's case, Brian's at Avar Valley and 3 Points, he's hiring fully credentialed, certified employees and putting them right on the truck. Chief Wonder, he's hiring folks that at a minimum, I think, have an EMT certification. In my scenario, you have a GED. We're going to give you everything in the academy. And that's why, we look at that from the perspective of we're blessed that we're able to do that, provide that EMT certification. But that allows us to open up so many more applicants that might be interested. And so, but it also trends towards higher turnover in the academy because, there's at least some peace and comfort for Chuck knowing that if they've at least got their EMT certification, they have an idea of what the job's about. Now, Brian, on the other hand, right, he's getting fully trained and certified firefighters. He just has to bring them up to speed with how they do things at Avar Valley. And so he has a reasonable, consideration that he's not going to lose those folks unless there's another hiring opportunity that occurs where somebody's hiring and they're paying more, in which case they're going to go. And so we kind of have a standing agreement, certainly through Pima Chiefs, that whenever anybody has a hiring process, if somebody lands on our list that's from another fire department, we pick up the phone and call them and say, heads up. Start prepping. We've got, and I've done that with Brian, I've done it with Chuck, and because here's the thing, we talk about this turnout gear, right? You've heard it from all of us now. Those are custom fitted. You can't just give those to somebody else when they're done. They're custom fitted. And so, we've talked about if I'm going to hire one of Chuck's guys, Chuck calls and says, will you at least buy the turnout gear from me so I can get my money back on it? Those are the conversations that are happening. That's real. And, somebody hires somebody that, say, Chuck put somebody through paramedic school and I hire them and they happen to have, paramedic cert. Chuck's going to call me and say, can you pay me back for that paramedic class? Because I need the money.
Yeah.
Those are real, right? And those are the relationships that we have.
And so the 21, what would you say the retention is?
If we can keep them past 5 years,
okay,
very, very good. Greater than 90%. If we're going to lose them, we're going to lose them within the first 5 years.
Yeah, teachers, it's 3.
Yeah.
Like, let's hold on to them for 3 and then we're
Absolutely.
good. Okay, so I guess I'm wondering in a bigger conversation what Pima County can do.
Well, I think...
obviously there's general fund there. We can chit chat about that, but
certainly.
I don't know that you were here for the conversation of some of the concerns we have with federal and state funding. So I'm just trying to figure out what else is in our wheelhouse of things we can do.
Well, I heard a little bit of the conversation out in the lobby. Share those same concerns. We're in the same boat. We have, my organization, we budget each year to receive roughly $10 to $12 million in grant revenue for various things. And everything's in limbo right now, right? It's not a moment where I think we're not in panic mode by any stretch of the imagination, but we're eyes wide open. And we'll see what the future brings, but we won't know what that's going to be until we know it, until the smoke clears a little bit and we get a little more clarity. And so what can the county do? It starts with the conversation, the fact that we're sitting here talking about this, the fact that you all on a 5-0 vote brought Supervisor Hines' motion forward to look at the opportunity to pursue enabling legislation. I think Brian touches on some really important points in that every one of us is providing service to governmental entities that are tax exempt. Some of those, because of that infrastructure, requires different levels of training, different levels of apparatus and equipment to deal with it. Different levels of deployment. burden, and we're burdened by the entire cost of it without any opportunity for sharing. And so that's why I think this tax initiative is such an important thing for us. You know, one thing I wanted to touch on as it relates to, you know, Prop 310, there was a lot of detractors with 310 that felt that it was, you know, some type of subsidy, right? It was subsidization, and I looked at it from the perspective that, you know, the number of tens of thousands of folks travel I-10. We've got the largest stretch of I-10 of any of the districts, high-speed I-10. We've got multiple resorts, folks from out of the country. I look at our mountain rescues that we're doing. The majority of those are people that don't live in this community. They don't even live in this state, right? And so you can make an argument that if they live in the state, they're paying towards fire district assistance tax. But much of what we see, which FDAT is something that hasn't been touched in decades and decades and hasn't accounted for, you know, inflationary challenges. But a lot of the services that we provide, folks that are going to Madera Canyon, folks that are going to Mount Lemmon, these are folks from outside of the state. And so when we looked at, you know, the fact that they would be spending some dollars in Pima County while they're here, you can't pass through Pima County on I-10 without touching at least 5 districts. You can't.
Pardon me for interrupting, Chief Bradley, just because I'm cognizant of the time. Sure. Let's go back to Supervisor Hines and then Supervisor Christie, and then I have a couple of requests of the county administrator that I feel are aligned with the item and also aligned with the question that Supervisor Grijalva just posed, which is what can Pima County do? Right. So Supervisor Hines and then Supervisor Christie.
Thank you. And it's the more we hear from you, the more I hear from you, you know, you should be worried about fighting fires and picking up people who are having strokes and heart attacks, and not about struggling to have the sufficient resources to do your job. That keeps kind of coming back to me pretty clearly. Also, any gap in coverage anywhere on the fire side of things, if somebody in the foothills is evacuating because a fire started, you know, however many miles away because of a district that didn't have adequate resources, it doesn't matter where the fire started, it's affecting that person's house, right? So anywhere there is, you know, a breakdown or inefficient and inadequate response time, or that puts all of us at risk. So this is truly, like, the whole community needs to be really concerned about this. And another thing that I'm more on the hospital medical side of things, but like, you're right, fires don't happen all that frequently. We're super high risk, but the paramedic and EMS response that you do, that's all the time. And that's what I see all the time in the hospital. And so having 17 minutes response time, I mean, in trauma, it's called a golden hour. You have 60 minutes to get someone who is a trauma hopefully survivor, to a trauma center, right? And during that time, you have to be doing fluid resuscitation, stabilization, all that kind of stuff. I don't need to lecture you about this, but for the public. And in heart attacks, certain type of heart attacks, a STEMI, we monitor this in the hospital, and we're graded on it by the government, right? You have 30 minutes from door to table. I mean, the door of the ER to the cath lab table before. That's how quickly we need to get you in there and have a cardiologist unplugging a coronary artery. So, because time is heart, right? Heart cells die and they don't come back. They're not like muscles and other cells. So, and the same thing, time is brain. As you know, somebody's having a stroke, you have at the most 4.5 hours to administer clot busting medication to potentially reverse the effect of that stroke. The left side of the body is not working. 5 minutes later, I've seen people get fibrinolytic therapy and then they're moving their left side again, but not 6 hours later, right? So time is incredibly important. We need a short-term and a long-term solution. I'm open and willing to look at anything. Just quickly on the long-term solution side, clearly the voters of Pima County, though I think the way the money was distributed was flawed, as we've discussed, from Prop 310, they voted for it. We voted for this by 55% approval rate in 2020. 22. I think that our voters, if given an opportunity to have a county level measure, refer to them to help with a long-term funding solution, I strongly believe they will vote for it once again. And I know that Michael Rossi is working hard. It's difficult this late in a legislative session. I was a legislator for 4 years myself. Anything is possible, but he is, even before we passed this unanimously, he was already looking at ways to find some kind of language consensus to get something through committee and potentially voted on this session. So that is an ongoing process that we're engaging in right now. So
thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Hines. Supervisor Christie.
Very quickly, just 3 points. I think we're going to come up with some more ideas or some more scenarios as the county administrator and her program to bring a wildfire mitigation plan can encompass a lot of what we're doing. So we have that ability too, is to utilize whatever the county administrator is finding in her report. Secondly, just to be clear, just for my own mind, Pima County Attractions does not pay for any subscription services on its facilities.
Administrator Lesher.
Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, I believe not. I'm not aware of any.
And my final question to all of you and all of you in your association, are all fire districts committed to the FireWise certification program?
I think in terms of, I will tell you that we follow it. What level of commitment, I couldn't speak to, has it gone all the way through board approval and, official resolution and things of that nature. But I think that every one of us, when we're looking at our risk assessments and our risk modeling, but we're limited in certain things that, there are certain things that we can do. And
well, we have, in our district, we have several districts that are committed to it and actually have assigned personnel to assist neighborhoods, HOAs, and just general residents to subscribe and to follow the FireWise certification. Yeah. I think Chief Wonder would be one of the first people, along with Chief Guynap up in Mount Lemon, to say how effective it is. And I would just hope that through your association, you would encourage all districts to subscribe and support the FireWise certification system as part of the mitigation problem that the county administrator is going through. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Christie. And one statement and then a couple of requests from the county administrator. The statement, and Supervisor Christie just alluded to it, is that we passed also unanimously a request that there be a report to the board on what we can do locally in terms of wildfire mitigation. The first request, and that's going to happen within 90 days of the passage of the board's item. The first request is that we collected some data under the leadership of the previous director of the Office of Emergency Management, and it was continued by his successor. Chief Delfs was helpful in terms of setting parameters for the collection of that data. I'm wondering, Ms. Lesher, if you could report back to the board after talking with the fire chiefs about how we might make use of that data to come up with some kind of standards for response along the lines of what Chief Bradley was talking about. And then the second request, and it's along the lines of what Supervisor Hines was referring to and has been referred to numerous times since we unanimously called on our lobbyists to pursue legislation that would enable counties the ability to put something on the ballot similar to Prop 310 to benefit our local fire districts. Could the board get updates as we're going through this legislative session as to Mr. Rossi's successes and what may be achievable in this session? Supervisor Hines is correct that we might have acted late in this session, but it is a commitment for the board beyond 2025 if it's not something we're able to achieve this time. But I just think I'd appreciate it if we could get updates to our offices as you're hearing from him. Was there anything further from any of my colleagues on this topic?
Other than thanks.
Yes, absolutely.
thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And Supervisor Hines, thank you for putting this item on. All right. Okay, so before, and thank you, gentlemen, again, for taking time out of your days. I hope work didn't pile up for you while this was coming up. Thank you. This was a time certain item, and I was hoping that I'd be able to get to another item before it, but wasn't able to. I know that we have members of the community and also staff here to address item number 22. So I'm wondering if we could take up that item. That is impact fee land use assumptions report and infrastructure improvement plan. Administrator Lesher.
Thank you very much, Chair Scott. We do have both Deputy County Administrator Carmine DeBonis and our Transportation Director, Catherine Skinner, here to address this issue. It looks like, based on microphone position, that Ms. Skinner will be starting. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Chair Scott and members of the board. Today, we don't have a formal presentation on the land use assumptions and impact fee infrastructure improvement plan. We did present at the January 7th meeting, which was the public hearing for this item. Since that time, we have made some minor updates to the infrastructure improvement plan based on traffic counts that we took. Some of the traffic counts on these corridors were predated the pandemic or were taken during the pandemic, which of course is not a great time to sample the way traffic was moving in our community. So based on some of those changes, we have eliminated a few projects and instead substituted in projects to take up that funding capacity that we anticipate collecting. So the projects that were removed were covered in the memo that was sent to the board last week on this. Happy to answer any questions on it, but that concludes my presentation on this.
Thank you, Ms. Skinner. Any questions from board members? As Ms. Skinner pointed out, the report was attached to the item. All right, if not, I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes 4-0 because Supervisor Hines left the dais. All right, we're going to go back to the regular agenda in order, and that would take us to item number 15, Pima County Climate Action Update, Administrator Lesher.
Thank you very much, Chair Scott. And Ms. Davis will also present the work of the Climate Action Network. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Scott, members of the board, Administrator Lesher. Wonderful to be here to update you on Pima Climate Action Now, otherwise known as Pima CAN. Next slide, please. So just a recap of recent activities, which we do at the top of this presentation every 2 months. Talk about kind of things we've been tackling since inception, the role of the climate action teams and the climate action effort. So our Pima Climate Action Now is comprised of the Climate Action Executive Team, which started as 9 county directors, which are interdisciplinary directors, has grown to over 24 county departments. They've all identified at least 2 to 3 senior leaders within their departments to comprise the Pima County Climate Action Advisory Committee, and they collectively tackle the priorities by which the county will integrate into its comprehensive climate action plan. Alongside them are the Green Stewards, which is the workforce component to bolster our workforce capacity and understand what the county is doing and continue to champion the work of the climate efforts. Since inception of the Climate Action Executive Team, we have prioritized our carbon reduction and greenhouse gas emissions reductions goals and strategies by way of our priority climate action plan. We have prioritized extreme heat last spring and summer, which was also a monumental effort to support the community and access to cooling and respite services alongside some critical policy initiatives. Our water working group has re-engaged and is about to release their strategies and memos probably within the next month. And our invasives and wildfire, to which you saw a recent memorandum to the board on our invasive species strategies with a year's worth of critical tasks over the next calendar year to help reduce the risk of the invasive species. And in addition, the board addendum item brought forth by Supervisor Christie to address our critical wildfire mitigation plan. What you'll see coming up over the spring will be our goals dedicated to energy efficiency across our county operations, our transportation and fleet priorities, and our materials. Our previous climate action report was our sustainable action plan for county operations, otherwise known as our SAPCO. We completed that and updated the board last October, and we exceeded our goals ahead of schedule. Directed by the Board of Supervisors by way of Resolution 2022-25, we are setting forth to release our climate action plan for 2025-2030 this fiscal year. Next slide, please. So one way to think about this is, in a way, alignment with all of our comprehensive planning efforts. So as you know, we have our comprehensive 10-year plan, which is Pima Prospers, which is going to be released in 2025. And one thing that was recently released to the board is our climate section. So we have a series of mitigation strategies to reduce our carbon emissions, but it's really important to identify the role of adaptation and hazard response. A lot of that has been brought up by our esteemed colleagues with our fire districts. A lot of it gets brought up every summer. And some of these adaptation and hazard responses were critically identified by our leadership across our climate action team. And those are identical to the climate section of Pima Prospers. So extreme heat, wildfire risk, drought, and the overarching planning that goes with extreme weather. As we've seen, our heat season is longer, our wildfire season is longer, and they require year-round planning to make sure that we're doing our adaptation strategies collectively and responding to the needs of our community while complying with our mitigation efforts. And with that and our regional collaboration and feedback that we get from our community, we become a more resilient community across our climate efforts. Another initiative that we are crosswalking very closely with is the Prosperity Initiative. Environmental justice is a cross-cutting strategy of the Prosperity Initiative, and we are focusing right now on workforce enhancements and workforce capacity building with the Prosperity Initiative, and also looking at individual and household impacts such as home weatherization, for example, with our extreme heat months. Next slide, please. So invasives and wildfire was brought up a lot today, so I won't spend too much time here, but as you can see and as highlighted, not only with our fire districts, but with the dynamic conversation in the last board meeting around wildfire risk, there are a couple of initiatives that are going to converge under the leadership of Senior Advisor Mari Vasquez and our critical departments that are working in this space, such as Office of Emergency Management, Conservation Lands Resources, our Flood Control District, and the County Administrator's Office alongside the climate action teams. What you saw already is the critical path set forth by the invasives working group to expand not only the development of the community wildfire protection plan, but data around our mitigation efforts around invasives. It is expansive, and the need for data in real time is growing so that we can do adequate risk modeling. As heard by our fire district partners, we know that the emergency response knows no bounds. And so making sure that we catalog comprehensively the intensive efforts that are being done across the community to reduce the risk and enhance the response capacity across invasives and wildfire risk areas especially is critical. And then the outreach and prevention community to make sure, again, we become a more resilient community, especially with programs like FireWise, and how can we make our space more defensible to protect. Next slide, please. The Water Working Group, they have gotten back together. It is a team of 9 county departments who are going to be releasing their strategies specific to and in alignment with Pima Prospers around scarcity, conservation efforts, our water demand, looking at demand and demand management. So of our high utilizer demand areas, are we using innovation and reuse strategies to make sure we are aligning with our conservation goals and monitoring the demand appropriately to meet our measures. So you'll see that memo come out in March, I believe. Next slide. And energy efficiency. So what we are tackling right now, we will be coming up with our goals aligned with energy efficiency across our county facilities. This not only is a goal of the climate action planning group, but it also helps impact real return on investment and general fund impact by looking at our county operations and our building efficiency and where we can titrate a bit to reduce our demand on certain energy, make our buildings more efficient, reduce the cost of the general fund, and define our clean energy goals where, again, we can reduce demand and have alternate energy uses such as solar, for example. Next slide, please. So all of these result in a plan. As you can see, you've seen these plans come to the board. You've seen the Pima CAN Priority Climate Action Plan. You've seen our 3-year heat response. You will see the invasives 90-day wildfire risk and community wildfire protection plan, and you will see the water working group plan. Each of these plans has a county component, but importantly, it has a regional component because we can't do this alone, just like we have prioritized doing this as an enterprise-wide approach across the county departments. Things that we're working on right now, as highlighted earlier, renewables and energy efficiency, and then we will get into transportation and air quality with our Pima County Department of Transportation, but also Department of Environmental Quality and our fleet services to define those priorities. The county portion of an obligation and measurement associated with each of those plans will be our climate action plan to make sure that we can operationalize this and it's in alignment with our other comprehensive plans. This helps us in a lot of ways establish the budget pillar by which has been recently established by the county administrator and the board, to which what does it cost us to do these things and how can we look into the true operational cost of doing this with our budget pillars. And that concludes my presentation.
Ms. Davis, thank you very much for an extensive presentation, and I know those slides will be shared with the board. Any questions, comments from board members?
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Christie.
The wildfire mitigation plan that outlined in the presentation, that's going to go on regardless of all the other ones. That's a separate, that can be a separate, and it is a separate project by the resolution of this board to direct the county administrator. So for instance, all the other things could be voted or could go away, but that wildfire one, it will maintain itself through that action. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Administrator Lesher. Supervisor Allen.
Thank you for the report, and I look forward to learning more about the plan. I think I'm scheduled to sit down with a number of the directors to kind of dig in soon. That is my little caveat to say that I need to learn more. I am curious about a couple of things. So one, given the conversation earlier about so many grants, federal funding, having such strong degrees of uncertainty, work around climate action, and particularly environmental justice and climate justice were amongst the first executive orders to roll out. How do you think that this is specifically going to impact our work around confronting climate change in Pima County?
Chair Scott, members of the board, Supervisor Allen, you are very, very right. The Bipartisan Infrastructure Jobs Act and Inflation Reduction Act were called out specifically as being considered to reduce, if not stop, funding. Those are congressionally appropriated funds, however, so they have already been obligated. That being said, this ties into the earlier update of we know the grant portfolio that are under these, and a lot of them have to do with our climate and sustainability initiatives. We are reviewing the status of those, if we're well on board or if they haven't started yet, which a few that haven't started yet already got some level of notification that there might be a hold. So we're monitoring closely. I'll just say we're monitoring closely. That being said, as directed by the board, We are going to continue on setting these goals as indicated in Board Directed Resolution 2022-25. We are going to set these priorities and our mitigation strategies and assure that we have a document by which we can respond to things like multi-hazards in a comprehensive way. That also provides a roadmap not only for operational budgeting, but for helping set priorities. If and when other grants become available, we will continue to monitor. But funding does remain a critical issue. But silver lining is that we will have a comprehensive plan by which to set our priorities with.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Any other questions, Supervisor Allen? Go ahead, please.
I'm also curious around the regional collaboration across the county. I'm particularly interested in if there are goals or areas of the work in which we are working hand in hand with the city, and if there are other areas in which we are working by virtue of unincorporated areas or county operations, doing sort of the work much more independently. And I should say not just the city of Tucson, but also some of the other incorporated areas or the Tohono O'odham Nation.
Chair Scott, members of the board, Supervisor Allen, we work really closely, and the Priority Climate Action Plan was really the first document of this group's work by which the team worked on a regional capacity. We had our tribal partners, and we had our community-based organizations. We had every voice at the table to create the most comprehensive plan. That also aligned with our heat response. Our heat response had over 40 partners. We had non-governmental organizations. We had our tribal partners. We had jurisdictional partners. That is the same with every other effort. The wildfire mitigation plan, we will be bringing all stakeholders to the table for that, because there's the county role and what we can do within our own operational function. But we realize that without plugging into the shared priorities of the region around us, we are going to be less effective. And so integrating that in addition to working with folks in the community to really get critical feedback about where we should be prioritizing. So that is a model that we've kept forward because it is critical to do so. So you'll see that regional collaboration throughout all of our climate priorities, in addition to just parsing out the county operational part for our own climate action plan so that it's all in alignment.
Anything else, Supervisor Allen? All right. Any other questions or comments from board members? The only request I would have, Ms. Lesher, is when we move into the consideration by the board of Pima Prospers, I'd appreciate some explicit references to the Climate Action Plan and its connections to the Comprehensive Land Use Plan revisions. Thank you. All right. We are moving now to item number 18. We've already covered 16 and 17. 18 is authorization of designated staff to conduct environmental review records for U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Administrator Lesher.
Thank you very much, Chairman Scott. And we are a recipient of some federal funds that pass through the Department of Community and Workforce Development. And part of those grant requirements are that we identify the responsible entity, that is our CWD department, and we are required to actually appoint the certifying officer, which in this case will be our director of the department.
Chair Scott. Yeah, I'll go ahead and move approval of resolution number 2025-3.
I'll second.
Mr. Chair?
Supervisor Christie.
Just curious, why are there so many designees in the background? There's the Community Development Division Director, the CDBG Program Manager, the Certifying Officer, then we have the Program Manager, the CBD Program Coordinator, Environmental Officer.
Chair Scott and Supervisor Christie, those are the individuals within the division of CWD who work with this specific grant.
And they will have the designation as the
They can serve as, I'm sorry, excuse me, sir. Yes, they can serve as backup to be able to sign with the approval of this document today.
It's an awful lot of designees, but
Is that a federal requirement, Ms. Lusher, to have the designees as outlined?
It is Chair Scott, it is a requirement that we have a designee, that we have the specific individual be authorized. We want to make sure that there's nothing that slows us down from being able to move grants forward. If something were to happen to our director, he's not available, we can continue moving the process.
Okay, all right. Anything else, Supervisor Christie? Thank you. All right, the item was moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 4-0. Want to ask the board a question. We're moving now to items 20 and 21. We have folks from finance and county administration here to address those. They may take some time. Does the board want to take a little break, or do you want to go right into those?
right into it.
I think we just keep going.
I'm sorry?
I think I'm good with
Move
if
it
we
right
just
on?
continue, yeah.
Okay, so we'll move to item number 20, monthly financial update, Administrator Lusher.
Thank you, Chair Scott. The Director of Finance, Mr. Quaron, is here with his team to review item 20.
Thank you, Ms. Lesher. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I have a couple slides for you today in light of the conversation that's occurred today. I am pleased to report the financials through December are forecasted to be better than budget in the revenue and lower than trend in the expenditures, which is a good sign for us moving forward. We did change the format of this a little bit. Hopefully, it's a little easier for you to read. On the revenue side, we are projecting a net increase of $4.8 million. Again, this is largely driven by a $3 million increase in our state shared sales tax, as well as a $3.3 million reimbursement from Altex, as I mentioned to you in my report last month. There were also some questions related to some of the variances that were shown on, I think it's the second page of the memo that was included in the attachments. If I can take a minute to walk you through some of those as well. On the positive variances for facilities and the Sheriff's Department, I can report that our facilities variance is due to increases in our utility reimbursements from our lessees. That's driving that variance. And on the Sheriff's Department variance of close to $950,000, that is due to an increase in the billable inmate, the time that an inmate is staying in our facility. That is up about 8% year over year, which is driving that variance in that line item. On the negative side,
Mr. Coron, pardon me for interrupting. What about elections? I think they had a significant positive variance as well.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if I could, I was going to save the elections and the Justice Court and Superior Court for the end, simply because in the time allotted, I wasn't able to determine what those were. So if I could bring those back, those three, if I could bring those back at a future meeting date, I would appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Thank you. On the negative variance side, the clerk of the Superior Court, they've indicated that the state is lagging behind in payments for child support reimbursements and child support incentives, which is causing them to be negative in their departmental revenue. And then on the recorder end, they've reported back that it's really volume driven, that they're not receiving the volume of public records requests and the associated fees that go with. So those are some of the variances that were shown on page 2 of the memo. Moving back on the expenditure side, again, as I mentioned, we are seeing overall forecast of $3.3 million below our budget, which is good news. Even when you consider that, as I mentioned in our last board meeting, the sheriff continued to be over budget due to overtime increases, as well as utility costs coming in higher than anticipated. And then on our, I think it's public defense services, as I mentioned last time, they are projected to be about $2.2 million over budget, largely due to the Office of Contracted Outside Counsel. and they're working with us to try and refine and lower that number as we move through the fiscal year. But that 3.3 million is taking into account those two departments. So overall, projected fund balance reserve at the end of the year is expected to be 112.6 through period 6. This will fluctuate as we get into period 8, which will likely be presented to the board sometime in April. If we turn the slide, there is a general fund reconciliation that I put together. So that 112.6 that carries forward from the first slide is what we have currently today through period 6. We have the general fund reserve policy of 104.2. Again, this is calculated based on 17% of our fiscal year ending 24 expenditures. That is now a hard no number as our audit is complete. So that's what we'll be required to start the year with in FY26, leaving an excess reserve of $8.3 million. My understanding is the board has made a commitment for affordable housing from this tranche of money of $1.4 million. And then we also have a general fund contingency of $4.1 million, leaving us with $2.8 in excess fund balance reserve as we move through the fiscal year. This will be an important number for the board to remember, and I'll bring your attention to it when we get to the projection in the next presentation. With that, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Questions, Supervisor Christie?
Yeah, we were looking at this in the spreadsheet we got, and I hope I'm reading it right because it's troubling or questioning. All departments, if you add them up in total, are asking for $12 million to get them through June 30th of this year, and a total of $27 million more into next year's budget. For instance, the sheriff wants another $7.6 million for next year, and we don't know what
I'm sorry, Supervisor Christie. I'm not finding that document.
Supervisor Christie, just quick question. Are you now moving into the next item? Or because we're still on the financial forecast?
I beg your pardon. I am, aren't I? I'm on 21 already.
Okay. We'll be sure to come back.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any questions about the financial forecast? Supervisor Allen?
I think, again, I'm new. So how is it that departments go millions of dollars over budget? I guess it's, sorry, I'm directing. There's no sort of stop mechanism. There's no, what are the mechanisms that try to get compliance with budgets? Budgets are, we often say, they're moral documents, they're value documents. And so there was a statement of going over budget, and it has ramifications on everyone else in the county. So anyway, that's just.
Thank you. And Chair Scott and Supervisor Allen and Mr. Quadron and his team can deal with that in a little more specificity. But part of it that we look at throughout the course of the year is which direction they're moving. Are they over budget right at this moment of time? And how do we keep watching that? I think an example is when you look at public defense services. I know that Mr. Holmes has been working very closely with the director of that department as we monitor the outside attorney's fees, which is what's really driving that, to see how we can be working towards truing it up at the end of the year. And then as a general statement, I will simply report that it is there are different opportunities to ensure compliance with the budget for the departments, those organizations that report directly to us, and say a sheriff's department, in which in some parts of the state that it's been litigated that we have some control, but not, there's still an ability for some electeds to spend what they believe we need. And that's why we continue to watch this very closely.
Thank you, Ms. Lesher. Mr. Chair, members of the board, Supervisor Allen. My team does monthly forecasts, check-ins with the departments and the elected officials, and we try and we forecast what their expenditures, what their revenues are, as you've seen here today, and we work to try and help them understand where they're at in their forecasts and their expenditures to date. and really just advising them and trying to work with them. Ultimately, we report, but it's up to the department to monitor their costs. Some of them are out of their control in some instances. Perhaps the outside counsel is one of those, and certainly the utility costs. And then overtime in terms of the sheriffs is, certainly could potentially be utilities not really in their control, but certainly on the overtime perhaps. But we do in their monthly forecasting with them, we try and help them understand what their position is and what's driving the cost indicators. And so, we do put forth that effort and trying to report that to the board.
Thank you. And if I could ask Mr. Holmes to speak to the Public Defense Services to give you an idea of how we are monitoring that difficult.
Chair Scott, County Administrator Lesher, Supervisor Allen, with PDS in particular, they have been had many vacancies over the last 3 years, and when you have vacancies, much of those continued support for indigent defense has to be brought into contracted attorneys outside the state, more than likely. They've been over budget in that area for the past probably 4 years. Last year, we took a different approach. We basically, at the end of the year, came to the board, asked for them to pay out of contingency to pretty much cover the overage, which was about 2.8 million, or roughly, can't find the number right now, but over 2 million. One of the things that I worked with Ms. Moulton at the time was to not necessarily true up the budget, to keep them budget from the previous year. So we knew we were going to go over to allow us this year to work on ways in which we can mitigate sending contracts to outside lawyers. Right. And so this year I can say, based upon projections, there'll probably be about $1 million less in that area. But if you couple starting the year with $2.8 million in the hole, $1 million, less in contracted attorneys, which is roughly 1.8 million now, still in the red, still better than last year. However, we also did a 2% cut with the department this year that was already in the red. So that 2% cut was about $750,000 more. So if you add up all those numbers, right, the 1.8 million that we hadn't trued up from this year, coupled with the 2% cut, you're getting at roughly the amount that they're going to be over this next year. This will give us more confidence, though, that we'll be able to increase their budget and be really at what they need to spend versus last year where we still had a lot of unknowns and we're not willing to necessarily true up their budget last year. So that's kind of why you see this happen, particularly with Public Defense Services. A little bit more explanation, but there's a historical context that's important, at least for that department.
Just to quickly follow up with the point about Public Defense Services, Mr. Holmes, you sent me a very informative email when I raised questions yesterday on this same topic. I wonder if you could send that email to the clerk so that she could pass it on to the other district offices, because I found it both informative and encouraging.
Yes, sir. Chair Scott, will do.
Thank you. Supervisor Allen, anything further? Okay. Supervisor Christie?
Well, no, I'm done.
Okay.
Still on 20, right?
Yes, sir. Supervisor Grijalva.
Yeah, I guess I just have a question about, you mentioned that there were requirements, that were legal requirements for us to cover certain departments and their budgets. And I think I understand PDS. I understand it's, to an extent, the Sheriff's Department. So I guess I'm wondering if you could highlight what those expenditures are, because one of the things that I learned when I first came to the county is we have some oversight over elected offices, including our own, the 5 of us here, but that it's been sort of practice that electeds get to decide their own budgets. And I think that there are some expenditures that if it's not okay for other departments, it shouldn't be okay for any of the elected offices, including our own. And so I'm just sort of wanting to better understand that, because I do think that because it's been historic, that we have continued to adjust budgets, pay for out of contingency, pay from carry forward for whatever is over. I don't see that there's any incentive to stay within your budget. And there were some, and I'm sort of like Supervisor Christie in a way that I'm looking ahead at some of the requests that are coming for supplemental, and it's concerning that we're going to be asked to approve some of the supplemental costs when we have a department that's already in the red $4+ million. Like I have some big concern about that. So if there are requirements, I understand that. If there are things that we haven't moved, like there's ongoing versus one time, I guess if we can talk a little bit about either here or there, the idea that these will not be, why are some of these expenditures, if they're ongoing, why aren't they just moved to the budget as opposed to on supplemental? Okay, thanks.
Chair Scott and Supervisor Grijalva, I think the areas that are the greatest concern to us that have the potential impact about concerns, first the Sheriff's Department, and I was asking legal counsel today, the sheriff in other counties has litigated the fact that the sheriff needs to be able to do his job or her job in other areas. And there have been occasions in which that has inured to the benefit. That litigation has helped that elected official, the sheriff. Let me get back with you after we're working with the attorneys to make sure we're seeing the parameters of that. The other area that gets a little wonky are the courts, because they are actually part of the administrative office of the courts. As you know, we have one of the row officers that's elected at a different cycle than everyone else, because Mr. Harrison and the clerk of the court is actually an officer of the court. So what we see is that many of the rules that relate to the HR rules governing employees, some of the compensation is established by the state in probation, some of those areas. So that's where we have a little less flexibility, but happy to respond with the exact parameters for those positions.
I just continue to have concerns. For example, I understand paying for overtime, but there doesn't seem to be in historic sort of oversight. Like if you're gonna pay for new vehicles, any department, who are those going to? I mean, I just think that there has to be some sort of check and balance with, yes, we can clearly understand overtime, we can understand salary and wages, that makes sense to me. Some of the other expenditures that come up, it's almost like there doesn't have to be any accountability for those. And I do think, especially in light of the fact that every year certain departments have been over, I do think that we should be able to say, then I guess you're going to have to make a decision. You're not going to be able to do, and like, for example, there's a fleet cost of $721,000. Who's receiving those vehicles? And if it's deputies on the street, that totally makes sense to me. If you're refreshing, but I've seen some of the vehicles that are around driving around, and those don't look new. So I just think that there has to be some sort of pushback, and I don't know, what the mechanism would be to say, well, you're going to have to do this, or we're going to have to change some of your administrative positions to 32 hours a week. I mean, there has to be a balance, and I just don't know how to do it. But I'm not suggesting that we don't have, deputies on our streets and deputies and our sheriff, but, there might be some wiggle room that we have in order to incentivize departments to stay in their budget. Thank you.
So, and if I may, just Chair Scott and Supervisor Grijalva, I know you're talking to a broader issue. We're happy to respond. I do want to respond related to fleet, that we have had a significant issue this year on the receipt of the vehicles. And so we've seen in the Sheriff's Department and some other areas that the funding was carried forward to this year because it was not spent. And so at this point, though, so we can put asterisks on some of those items for you. But the bigger message I hear. Thank you.
That would be very helpful to me. It's like, this is a carry forward from last year. It was already budgeted and they didn't spend it. Makes sense. But just in looking at a list of requests and then looking at the total overage, it makes it difficult for me to, and that I'm not, it's easy to talk about the sheriff's department because, you know, they're usually the ones that are over, but in general, I think that all of the offices, including elected offices, should have to stay within a budget.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Hines.
So, and forgive me if this was already covered, I don't necessarily understand the overtime being, because there's overtime in the sheriff's budget that is, it's there, right? So this is more, it's like what, 2.67 million over what it was supposed to be. So like, I got it. I understand when you have not enough staff during COVID and you have all that kind of, that made total sense. That's been the same amount of overtime overage since I've been on the board, I think, since I've been on the board. So that feels not okay. I remember the sheriff standing right there and bragging about 2 or 3 different classes of deputies in training or correctional officers in training to address the inadequate staffing, because inadequate staffing leads to more overtime. Totally get that. We are staffed pretty adequately now, is my understanding, in that sheriff's department. There's not like 375 people, like there's not massive vacancies. There are some vacancies, but they seem to be like kind of the standard churn. People go and find another job and then you have to hire, and there's like some, you know, time in the middle there. So I don't think we should be approving this, because it doesn't matter. It doesn't seem to matter what number we approve, because the next year, oh, hey, I didn't do that again. Like that's just going to happen again. So I agree with Supervisor Grijalva. We have to do something here, and the courts have made it pretty clear that we, as the budget authority, have the right to do so.
Supervisor Hines, thank you. And Administrator Lesher, to follow up on some of the points made by both Supervisors Grijalva and Hines, I think we might need some additional information, and here's where I'm going with that. As I said earlier, Mr. Holmes sent me yesterday an email about public defense services and what they're doing to address their use of contract counsel. It was informative. It was encouraging. I think the other board offices will enjoy looking at it. With regard to the Sheriff's Department, several months ago, we got a copy of a really thoughtful memo that Sheriff Nanos had sent out to his command staff dealing with overtime. And how he was pretty much putting his foot down with regard to overtime costs within the department. But then I think it was either the last financial forecast from Ms. Moulton or the next to last forecast from Ms. Moulton, initial appearance pay showed up as a reason for overtime. So what I'm wanting to know is when we're talking about overtime forecast to exceed the budget by 2.6 million, primarily related to jail operations, how much of that is connected with initial appearance pay? And how much of that is connected with overtime costs that the sheriff had tried to address in his direction to his staff? I think that would be really helpful to the board to have that broken out. Because if it says primarily related to jail operations, well, initial appearance pay happens in the jail. But are there other overtime costs that perhaps are not being addressed by that direction that he gave to staff? And then I think to Supervisor Allen's question, when it says in that second bullet on the financial forecast, the sheriff was required to take a 2% cut in their budget. It appears unlikely they will be able to achieve this reduction. Every department in the county was required to take a 2% cut. But that's the only one where it's been noted in a financial forecast more than once that they're not able to achieve that reduction. So I know that your team and the sheriff's finance team, and the sheriff does have a finance department within his department, have been working together. I think perhaps we need some more information to get into the granularity of this.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else on item number 20 from my colleagues? All right. So let's move then to item number 21. And that is fiscal year 2025-26 requested budget supplemental overview. And just so my colleagues know, in your offices got a copy of an email that I asked the clerk to send out to the elected officials. We had some requests from at least 3 elected officials to come today to talk with you about their supplemental requests. I really wanted all of us to have time to consider the supplemental requests and some big picture issues related to the budget before we had elected officials here, for lack of a better term, lobbying us. So I asked that they not come to this meeting, but that we will allot some time for them on March 4th if they want to address the board. So with that introduction, I'm going to turn it over to Administrator Lesher to not only touch on the supplementals, but also some of these big picture issues that are noted in the memo attached to this item. Ms. Lesher.
Thank you, Chair Scott, and members of the board, and thank you for working through this process with us. I know that for those of you who've been on the board in the past, we've not ever brought these supplemental requests to the board. It's just been part of how we build together a budget, and so letting or getting your feedback as we're actually processing this has been very, very helpful. And there is a slide deck because we want to take just a moment and talk a little bit about how we got to where we are and what the budget looks like, because looking at simply supplemental requests in a vacuum is, we think, a little less helpful. Thank you. Again, just a little overview. This is the things we're going to be talking about in a moment. Next slide, please. So we want to just set the stage as we begin to look at some of the pressures that we have been building up to. In the last couple of years, as you know, we did take on some additional debt service for reasons that made very good sense. We were able to finance some of our debt to the public employees, our retirement system. We pre-funded that, and we've front-loaded about $150 million plus in roads, both things that needed to be done, but we're now looking at some of those, that debt service hits in each budget. The reserve policy, if you remember a couple years ago, again, if you've been on the board in the past, our fund balance each year was running around $40 to $42 million, which we realized was not what it needed to be. So added the fund balance policy, which really takes about $50 million out of some of the conversation for you all. We've implemented the compensation study, significant to keeping our employees. We looked at the affordable housing piece, open space, $7 million there that we've added. We've obviously had the inflationary costs. We're looking at the entire criminal justice, public safety to be up about $36 million and an additional $31.6 million in the last 2 years in state cost shifts. So you can see there are dollars that came into this. Thank you. Next step. Next, please. So we begin to look at balancing our budget, reminding the group that a couple years ago we really began to look at the vacant positions and what that meant for possible reductions. When we first looked at this, we were able to save about $5.1 million, pushed up to over $9 million. This year we're looking at about $300,000. And I think the significance of that is it means that any of those vacant positions that weren't being actively recruited that might have been in a budget for whatever reason has been eliminated. And now we're really back looking at those vacant positions that are generally being actively recruited. We did ask this year for a 3% increase, cut last year, mid-year, and then we asked for another 2% from the general fund. So we've gotten about $11.5 million in savings from that. In the last couple of years, we've had the American Rescue Plan Act, which you're very much aware, as well as the interest that came in from those. Other steps that we've looked at as we begin to look at what we need to be doing to balance the budget, looking at the policy direction of the board, making sure that we are recognizing the exact cost each year as it impacts the property tax of additional state cost shifts, understanding the PAYGO formula and what that means and how that allows us funding each year for critical infrastructure, maintaining that general fund reserve, and reviewing regularly our vacant positions. The other thing we've done is simply start moving towards these monthly reports, keeping all this information online, and we hope getting the feedback from you each month about where we're going and how we're getting there. I'll speak very quickly to budget priorities and then ask, just begin to address this and then ask Mr. Quadone and his team. When we look at the 4 key pillars and what it means as we begin to look at the budget, we hope to continue additional compensation, increased compensation for our employees because we went through significant work on the classification compensation. If we don't continue to keep up with market, we're going to backslide and certainly don't want to do that again. We've established general fund contingency at about $5 million. We also have been keeping $3 million for the grant contingency in that we need some capacity if we were to receive grants. Obviously, all of this some of the grant dollars, as we've said earlier, in question. EELS, the emergency eviction program, is something that I think while it started during the pandemic and allowed us to take advantage of those federal dollars provided by the ARPA funds, I think most have indicated a significant positive response to the EELS program, and we've been looking to move that into ongoing budgets and then maintaining PEEPs at $10 million. Continuing to use PAYGO as we look at our critical infrastructure for some $25 million, and then conservation, sustainability, and climate resiliency with our open space at $2 million. And now as we turn it over to the finance team, one thing I do want to point out, the other thing that has occurred is that in these last couple of years, we've started looking at the current year's budget as simply the base budget, and any request over that considered supplementals. That's just a way of budgeting that I think we're going to want to work with the board and understand and evaluate as we go into the next year. Is every penny over a supplemental? And by that, there are items that the board has approved really as one time, but have now in year 3 or 4 might be considered part of that base budget. And by that, it's the affordable housing, $5 million. It's the conservation space at $2 million. PEEPS is another one that is not necessarily built into the base automatically, even though it has continued to be a program. And so what is it we want to do as we evaluate supplementals? We began this about a year ago looking at these, that the supplementals is simply all of us having an opportunity to see what's in this year's budget, what do we think we're going to need more next year. And that's why it's being done in this way, but always look forward to making a better process for the board. Yes. Please.
I noticed that in the supplemental, and I think that maybe we could establish like a board policy driven or some sort of, because I don't want any of those departments that just happen to house, open space or affordable housing to be sort of dinged with like, look at your budget grew so much, when specifically that is just earmarked sort of in that space. So I don't know if it makes sense for it to be, I don't know how to classify it, but in a way so we understand that like EELS is a program that we've approved, PEEPS, affordable housing, open space, those are all board approval. They were supplemental, but it's been a number of years. And so I just don't know how to classify it, because I would hate for any of these departments when those cuts come around that they have to look at the rest of their budget to cut, as opposed to, because you can't touch these certain areas. It's just some way, I don't know how to classify it any differently. I don't have a, amazing suggestion, but maybe it's something that's highlighted and just sort of that it's common knowledge that it's housed there, but not necessarily any that would be subject to cuts unless we talk about it.
Thank you. And Chair Scott and Supervisor Grijalva, as an example, when we get into the supplementals, you'll see Community Workforce Development had 2 supplemental requests, one to maintain the emergency eviction program and one for the affordable housing. So those are really continuations of some programs. I would note that when you begin to look at the supplemental request today, it's the first time that we've actually been able to bring to the board budget items that not only indicate which of the 4 pillars they impact, which we started last year, but you're also going to see if and how it lines up with one of the prosperity initiatives. So thank you. Mr. Quadone.
Thank you, Ms. Lesher. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm pleased to be able to come before you today to talk about our general fund projection for FY26 and the supplemental request. Really quickly, want to give a shout out to my team sitting here on the left, Andy Welsh, Javier Rendon, and the entire budget team and departmental analysis team and everybody who had a hand in this, because there was a lot of work that went in helping the departments craft and submit their supplemental requests. So really a quick shout out there. If we look at the slide here on the left or right, depending on where you're sitting, we have base revenues of $794.5 million. That's an increase over this year of about 37 million. And what's driving those increases is an increase in our state shared sales tax. As I mentioned in the forecast, we're projecting a $5 million increase going into 26. We also have the NAV increase, which is driving our property tax revenues increase without actually changing the property tax rate. That's about a $21.5 million increase. We also have the state cost shifts that we mentioned during our last budget update in January. That's about 9.5 cents per policy. That's generating about 10.8 million. And then we have an additional 1.4 million of pay-go that's built into those numbers as well. So we have a total of, with the transfers in to the general fund from other departments, total of 798.8 million. On the expenditure side, you'll see it's 687 for our base expenditures. That does include our benefit cost increases across the spectrum of our health, dental, vision, insurance, all of our insurance products. We also have the increase of about $4.5 million in our ISF rates, which are our internal service fund rates that the general fund does pay for. And we had a slight uptick in our transfers out of 127 million, primarily driven by pay-go for ERP, and then the corresponding 1.4 million that I mentioned on the additional pay-go on the revenue side. You will note there that our starting net deficit position is 12.5, but I take you back to the forecast of that 2.8, because if you take the difference between the 814 and the 798, it's actually 15.4 million. So we're using that 2.8 to reduce the deficit starting at the beginning of the fiscal year. So that 2.8 was an important number in our forecast. At the bottom of the screen there, you'll note the fund balance projection of 107.1 million. If you reduce it by that 2.8, our fund balance reserve requirement is actually 104.3, which I mentioned in our forecast just a little bit ago. So that's what we need to start the fiscal year based on the reserve policy that the board adopted a few years ago. Next slide, please. As we move into our supplemental budget requests, I will just throw out a few totals that were included in your memo. The total supplemental request, all in between all funds, was 72.6 million. 39 of that was in the general fund, and 33.6 in non-general fund funding. On this particular slide here, these are the general fund supplementals that have been initially recommended from the county administrator. You'll see that it's a total of 27.6 million approved or initially recommended. 8.9 of that is in one-time expenditures, and 18.7 in recurring. I will take you, I know Ms. Manriquez just passed out a large sheet, which does include all of the supplementals that were submitted. But I'll go through each one of these categories and try and hit some highlights for you so that you have an idea about what was requested. In general government services, the one-time expenditures of a little over $1 million. The recorder is about 400,000 of this, and the assessor is the difference. On the ongoing side, the facilities management is 1.4, largely driven by new buildings and the need to maintain and operate and pay utilities on those buildings. And the assessor has a $662,000 from a staffing perspective. That drives that 2.5 there. On community and economic opportunities, Ms. Lesher pointed this out in her remarks just a minute ago. That $5 million is for affordable housing. I believe that's from PAYGO. And then we have the little over $3 million for the EELS program that Ms. Lesher just pointed out as well. On the environmental and public health, the $250,000 is.
I'm going to interrupt you for 1 sec. Excuse me. I just want to go back to the detainee and crisis services because that is a fairly large hit as well. But that's NAF care. That's the cost of the medical care in the jail in accordance with the contracts that we just revised by the board. Thank you.
Just to piggyback on what Ms. Lesher said, that the DCS is 2.7 of that 2.9 million that you see for environmental and public health, with DEQ at about 196,000, and then Pima Animal Control of about 113,000 for animal protection service officers. Conservation and recreational resources, that's entirely Parks and Recreation, utilizing their park renewal funds for that $1.9 million there. On the infrastructure resources line, that $2 million is open space. So you can see where we've identified the supplementals that the board has approved previously. Justice and public safety, on the ongoing portion of this, the sheriff is about 3.85 million of a total of 7.6 million that was submitted, and you'll see the difference in the next slide. We also had PDS, such as Public Defense Services, that Mr. Holmes provided some clarity on a bit ago of $3 million. We also have the Transition Center as initially being approved here at about 419,270. On the one-time expenditures, the juvenile court, well, this is all mostly the courts. So we have the juvenile court of about 191,000, justice court of 383,000, and then superior court of about 38,000, which gets us to that 613,000. I'm going to pause here because I just gave you a lot of information, and so if you have any questions specific to the specificity of the request, I'd be happy to.
If I may, Chair Scott, too, and just point out that when it says things, the initial recommendations is we have the deputy county administrators and I meet with the finance team once a week, reviewing all of the information. Everything here at this point, obviously, is still in a very preliminary phase, in that if you take what are considered initial recommendations and add it to where we are, we're still upside down. So these are the things that I look at that are initial recommendations, that are things that I might say have made it through the first cut, but there remains no guarantees at this point. We've not finalized any recommendations. Some things we're just looking at this point and said we don't think we can get to it this year. That's the no. And then you'll notice a lot more that just simply say need more information, because those are the ones that we are continuing to evaluate, and we're weighing against those which have received initial recommendations, but nothing at this point is in concrete.
And it's conceivable that by the time we take this up again on March 4th, that some of those further discussion needed items could be moved into the yes or no category.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Chair. Supervisor Grijalva and then Supervisor Christie.
So one of the previous slides listed a $12.6 million deficit projected for next year, right? So I guess I'm concerned that the supplemental budget request, and I know we have to deduct certain amounts that are Board of Supervisors driven, but I'm wondering how many of the supplemental requests are requesting new staff positions that are enhancements to what they already have in their FTEs. Any of those positions that, they might be able to, if it's important enough, then perhaps they can work within the budget that each department already has. And I want to say that I have some concerns about individual elected offices coming and presenting to the Board of Supervisors on March 4th without giving the same opportunity to all of the departments to be able to advocate for their positions and what they need. So in the last year or two, maybe, what we've done is we've encouraged supervisors to meet with those individual offices and those departments and be able to ask questions that way, because I do think that could be said that there's an inherent equity issue if we only hear from 3 of those that are, talking about supplemental. So just wanted to throw that out there.
I appreciate the comment, and we had gotten requests from 3 of the elected officials to come this week. I asked them to wait until March 4th. It's possible we could have others that asked to come before us. But then with regard to department directors, because department directors have already made their cases, if you will, to either the county administrator or one of the 2 deputy county administrators, that if we had some requests for additional information for any departmental requests, that those would be fielded either by Ms. Lesher or Mr. Holmes or Mr. DeBonis.
Well, and that sort of adds another issue for me, that I think the elected offices should also be working through Administrator Lesher. That I don't think that they should be coming, they can come to us and ask individual things, but what I've been saying in general is if it's not a recommendation from our county administrator, then I'm unlikely to support any of the supplemental requests because of the financial situation that we're in. And it's like very clear that we're going to be in the red this upcoming fiscal year. So I have concerns about those in general, because I think that we're having this public discussion about the financial situation we're going to be in from state mandated cost shifts and, flat taxes at the state. We're going to be impacted by those. We're not even factoring in some of the federal cuts. So I don't feel like, unless Administrator Lesher can look at the budget holistically and say, yes, I think that makes sense. I don't want an individual from an elected office to come and ask us for something unless one of the 5 of us here on the dais are willing to start deducting and doing the math here. That's sort of where I am. I just don't think that it's putting us in the position of having to try to budget on the fly if that's not part of what the recommendation is.
Specific to the elected officials, Administrator Lesher, could you speak to how they have been and hopefully are continuing to work with you on their budget requests?
Yeah, Chair Scott, and yes, I have been meeting with elected officials to go through their budgets. As you can see, they have as many no's, I think, as anybody else. But I do want to comment and sort of point out and perhaps provide a little granularity for the next time we look at this, because you'll see that very few requests for additional positions are recommended. And some, when you're looking at a base like this, need a little explanation. Yes, we are looking at over $600,000 in additional staffing for the assessor's office in the movement of folk from tax assembly from one department to another, making sure that they've got that budget authority. So we're not seeing just a plus up, but I think that granularity is not here, but it may explain why there's a yes to some and not to others. But I have met with, trying to think through, I'm meeting with the clerk of the court later this week, but have been meeting with the elected officials. I believe the superintendent of schools met with Mr. Holmes. So we are continuing those discussions to impact my recommendations.
Yeah, I just think that if they've already gone through that process, this is sort of, we've all been on, I've been on a board before where you say no, and then they're like, well, let me come directly and do the appeal direct. I do think, given this budget situation that we're in, that I am, we'll just say it publicly, I am very unlikely, I can almost say 99%, I will vote no on any additional requests that don't come with the whole package, because I don't want to be put in the position where I have to start deducting. And that's what I feel would be my responsibility. If I say yes to an individual that comes and says, you can go ahead and have 200,000, then it would I would feel it's incumbent upon me, or I pass the buck to Administrator Lesher to say, now you have to come up with the savings somewhere else, because I don't feel comfortable using contingency or carry forward for any of these.
I appreciate the comments, Supervisor Grijalva, and I know that we've gotten written requests from the elected officials with regard to their supplementals. When I was considering allowing them to come on March 4th per their request, it was really aligned with where things stand, for example, with the vacancy policy. They can appeal directly to us if they have any concerns about how the vacancy policy is set up. And so when it comes to a budget supplemental request, even though they are having conversations with Ms. Lesher and the DCAs, if they make an explicit request to address us on their supplementals, it's not that I'm automatically thinking I'm going to say yes, but I don't automatically want to say, well, you've had your chance to make your case to the administrator and her team. You can't come talk to the board.
Well, no, and I think that they can come and speak to all of us individually.
Yes.
But I do have concerns if they've already had meetings and some electeds have come directly to us before even having a conversation with Administrator Lesher. So I do think there's a budget process in place that makes sense, and that you have the DCAs and finance and everyone looking at them like this is what the impact could be for across the county. And I have some concerns about individual requests coming to us without us having the resources. We don't have resources in our individual budgets to be able to say, yeah, that makes sense, I'll give it to you. We're not Congress in that way. So I just have concerns about, otherwise I think that we should, I think that we should meet with anyone who wants to meet with us individually so we can ask questions. But I do have concerns about having presentations by a handful of those requesting funds.
Supervisor Christie.
Yeah, I just recalling back to the earlier conversation we had on another agenda item, fairly comprehensive about potential exposure to roughly $148 million or 11% of our budget being stopped or withdrawn or otherwise ended. Is that element taken into consideration in all of these factorings?
Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, it has something where we've started to look at and implement.
So it has not been.
It has not been. When you look at this right now, the two elements combined, we are with the current budget and any of the requests for general fund, we're $40 million upside down. So clearly a lot more work needs to go into that, and we need to begin to get more granularity of what grants might be impacted. That does not look at whether that has to come off.
So would this be a bit premature to be deep diving into when we don't know the status of 148 million potential dollars?
Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, welcome feedback from the board at any time about what are the items that you, how you're feeling about the budget or how we're building that. We will be, I think, it sounds like between coming back in March, the March 18th meeting is when we'll bring a capital budget to the board for feedback. Then we, end of April, coming to you with a tentative budget.
And finally, Mr. Chair, one other question. Does this at all is this reflective of the 2% reduction in each department before or after that, or what's the status of the 2%?
Chair Scott and Supervisor Christie, that was implemented and is reflected in this. Yes, sir. Thank you.
That they have incurred the 2% reduction?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Please.
If I may, there is one department, the Ajo Justice Court was exempted from that cut by the board. So there's only one that wasn't.
Thank you. Supervisor Hines.
Thank you. So are we going to do like a line by line here, or what are we doing? I'm a little confused about the process. Number one, number two, or do we just start talking about different things that we've noticed? like whether we agree or disagree with recommendations or have concerns or how, I mean, I don't want to just ramble for 45 minutes, but like, I'm happy to, but what is the idea behind this and us? I love seeing this. I'm glad we're seeing it. It's great because when we all came onto this board, we had a very different situation where the board hadn't really been informed of much of anything previously because that's just the way it worked. So I like this, but I just want to know, what are we exactly doing?
Just to respond to the best of my understanding, these supplemental requests are reflective of the dialogue that has been ongoing since the budget process started between either department directors or elected officials and Ms. Lesher, the deputy county administrators, the finance team. If it says yes, then it is a supplemental request above and beyond the base budget that the county administrator and her team have decided to move forward with. If it says no, then for reasons that we can inquire into, they felt like it should not be granted. If it says further discussion is needed, then conversations are ongoing, either with the director or the elected official. And in some cases, it might be an instance where the board could say, well, we see that as a priority and we'd like to move forward with it. That's where you might get into these line by line things.
Okay.
I hope that's helpful. Did I leave anything out?
And what I might suggest, Chairman Scott, you've got the data, you've got the information. We explained what some of the categories were. What I might say, if we can flip a couple more slides in, you can read what the budget requests are, see what's yes and no, but go to potential budget balancing options. So we said, here's where we are now.
Just going to say that.
We know we need to cut maybe one more. One more. There we go. How about there? So what we were looking at, and just to give you an idea as we continue through this conversation, this is what we look at. 1% would be just $6.8 million if we cut 1%. You've got PAYGO schedule. The next slide is just a refresher on what PAYGO means, how we look at that. Can we make any modifications to PAYGO? We've had 17% of the last fiscal year's audited general fund expenditures is the policy. Can we move from that? And just to give you an idea, for every penny we go up, it's about $1.1 million. So those are some of the things we can start to review when we look at budget balancing options. And then, I'm sorry.
No, I don't keep interrupting you, sorry. Go ahead.
PAYGO refresher, just reminding folks about how we, what is PAYGO that we talk about and how we are looking for, this was developed as a mechanism to provide funding really for some of our infrastructure, primarily roads, when we were unsuccessful with bonds in the past. It is 60% of the cumulative decrease in the secondary tax rate for debt service and 60% of the increase in the primary property tax base. That 60-60 has been a formula that we've had in place since the adoption of the budget. One way, as we've said, we can start to look at PAYGO. Is it 50-50, 70-70? What could that be tweaked in some way? So those are just the snapshot of what we begin to look at as, how to, when we need either more revenue or less expenditures, and that's what we're beginning to evaluate.
Mr. Chair. Supervisor, I'm sorry, let Supervisor Hines continue and then we'll go down.
I still have 43 of my 45 minutes. So, okay, thank you for that. I'm kind of process question. So our job as supervisor, we're supposed to figure out what we need to be doing, what the government program should be, what essential services we need to be taking care of for folks, and then figuring out how we pay for it. I don't think it's just cuts. So we can tweak some of these algorithms. The state has already raised property taxes 9.5 cents. Remember, that's how we're talking about that one. And we'll probably do that too. Like the libraries, I just found out we're supposed to get a 1 cent bump to the library district tax rate every time they build a library. They didn't get it. 3 times. So we've got to put that 3 cents up for the libraries, right? That just was never done. I don't know why it was not done for the other. 1 is being built right now, 2 were built in the past, but there was never a commensurate increase to, you can't have them staff more libraries and not get them those funds. So there's just a few things we have to tweak, and it's not just slashing and burning things. I think we can bump the tax rates where it's necessary, or where they weren't bumped in the past and need to be looking at pay-go. That's fine too. And you put up that 17%. What is that like? Why is that a thing? Like, I don't mean it should be 0. I understand the importance. It's like fiscally responsible to keep some amount of balance there, but does it need to be 17 or could it be 15? Or I'm not sure. What was the basis for that? I probably voted for. I just can't remember what was the basis for it.
It was recommendation from our bond council about the number that we needed to make sure that we were able to successfully borrow money at a rate, whether, I have to tell you, whether 17 or 15 or 16, that piece I don't remember, and I'm happy to follow back up of how we landed on 17.
Okay.
Art, is that something you know?
And
Ms. Lesher, Mr. Chair, members of the board, I believe 15% is right around the standard benchmark for most municipalities, and it's what the rating agencies would recommend as what they would consider a healthy fund balance as they're evaluating the county's creditworthiness when we go to issue our debt. And so 15% would probably be the standard, and then the county chose to be on the forefront of that number at 17%. And so that's why, and I think Mr. Holmes might have.
I'll just add, Administrator Lesher, Chair Scott, Supervisor Hines, 17% represents 2 months of expenditures.
Oh, I get it. Okay, you're right. We did talk about that. So, I mean, it sounds like we wouldn't be getting dinged by the bond rating agencies if we made it 15, and that would make us feel have less, ulcers forming because we wouldn't have to vote for as much of an assessment increase. But I like having multiple ideas. I don't know, like, do we have enough epidemiologists in the health department? I mean, we're supposed to have 19 for a county this size, and clinical disease investigators. I don't know that. I think some of those were not approved. So so March 4th, we're going to come back and have more detailed discussions then, it sounds like.
Yes, Supervisor Hines, we will be getting more information as to these items that say further discussion needed, and my feeling as the chair is that if an elected official asks that they want to address the board, I'm loath to tell them no, just like I would not tell a department director if they asked Mr. Holmes or Mr. DeBonis or Ms. Lesher to make their case to us. That I wouldn't want to tell them not to do that.
Got it.
But I think that some of these further discussion needed, as Ms. Lesher indicated when I asked her a question about that, could move into the yes or no category by March 4th.
Okay. And last, I think probably not lastly, I'm not going to say that. So I would love to hear from our colleague, or from our elected official colleagues as well, because I mean, I know part of me thinking it's like going to a different parent to see if you get a different answer, kind of. I did that a few times, but I want to know why they think that's so urgent that they need to bypass staff and come to the board. I know I don't want that to happen with every single one of these items, but that's what we're here for. We're the supervisors in the title. But I really would love to talk to Laura Conover, because I want to know why it's been 4 years and we've done a class and comp study and there's still just a ton of vacancies, which impacts, how much money has to go out of that office to find outside counsel, which is incredibly expensive. Why is that still an issue, and how can we help, right? On the sheriff, nah, dude, no. So I had the numbers, they're gone now, but the budget was for fiscal year 25 went from 170 or 172 to 180. Am I close? About, anyway. So kind of because I feel like staff just gave up. We're never going to get that entity to do what we want. So we're just going to increase what we give him, but we're 4.7 over what we increased, right? So we can't give the sheriff $3.4 million, which I think says yes next to it. And he was asking for 30 FTE 30, is that what they're called here? Well, anyway, 30 positions. No. And PCN, sorry. And we're going to give them 20? No. How about that should go to the fire districts? I mean, so there's, I would very much like to have elected officials come and talk about this because I think we have some questions that maybe only they can answer.
Thank you, Supervisor Hines. Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If it'd be helpful, I'd like to make a motion that we continue this item until the next board meeting, and that'll give time for everybody to digest and coalesce into some sort of a question and answer period, but I'd like to make that motion.
Were there any other questions or that needed to be answered today? Supervisor Gerhal?
There's no second.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were just making a suggestion that we...
Well, I'd be glad to make it a motion or a suggestion, whatever. Okay. But obviously, we need to continue this.
Yes, I'll second.
Okay.
So, the only thing I would ask is if we could limit presentations to a time, because I think that would be very helpful.
We can do that, and...
Will we know, excuse me, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
Will we know in advance what departments are going to be presenting so we could have questions prepared for them?
I think we can absolutely do that. I think with regard to elected officials, they would let the clerk know if they were planning... Pardon me?
It will only be elected officials.
But if there were questions from board members about departments, then that would be fielded by either you or one of the DCAs, depending on who oversees that department. Mm-hmm. Right?
Well, I thought if we could compile our questions for the individual department that's going to be presenting.
Well, it'll be, it won't be individual departments. There may be row officers. Yeah, there may be row officers who make that request, and we will absolutely let you know before the 4th if they make that request.
Departments aren't, that could be handled internally here, but it's
yes.
The row officers. If we knew in advance, we could prepare questions for them.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Supervisor Allen, and this is on the because we're discussing now the motion to continue this until the 4th.
I mean, I guess the thing that I would add is that we can discuss it and get into different departments or row officers and their budgets. But what feels like what is missing, especially given that there's, potentially $148 million that could be yanked out from underneath that rug, is just the question around priorities. And it feels like the board needs an in-depth conversation around what are our priorities given this landscape of tremendous uncertainty, and knowing that we're in a position where we are trying to slice the pie smaller and smaller, and which is a horrible position. So I guess it's a when and how can we have a conversation that gets us digging into what the priorities are, so that it feels like we are more focused in this struggle of having slicing the pie smaller and smaller. So whether we continue or not, I think that is still going to be a fundamental need.
Thank you. So we're going to vote then on the motion that Supervisor Christie made to postpone further conversation on this item until March 4th. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Let's go back then to the regular agenda. Under contract and award, would there be willingness to consider 23 and 24 together?
I would. Yes, and I would ask if we could maybe also include 25 through 30.
I was going to do that when I moved into procurement. I was just doing contract and award together, but I can absolutely consider 23 through 30 if that's...
And I just want to ask questions, but I'll vote on a couple of them.
I'll second.
All right. So we are considering items 23 through 30. Moved and seconded. Discussion, Supervisor Christie.
Yeah, just on 26 and 27, there are some funds, some buckets of money that are being utilized here that I'm not familiar with. What is in the 26, number 26, what is the enterprise fund? And in 27, what is the internal service fund?
Administrator Lesher.
Yeah, Mr. Quadone, if you want to explain what those funds are, because and how it breaks out in the budget.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Supervisor Christie, the enterprise fund would be a fund like wastewater. That's an enterprise. They collect, they have fees that they issue and they collect and they bring in revenue. So that's what that means. And it looks like on number 26, it's going to be a 50-50 between the enterprise fund and the general fund. On item 27, the internal service fund, that's a fund that we set up to charge departments for specific services that the department may be providing to other departments. And so the revenues come into the internal service fund to help support that endeavor. So in the case of IT, they may charge out to other departments that departments then pay into that internal service fund, and then IT pays for contracts like this, or replacement of computers, or replacement of laptops.
These are both funding for software, correct?
And
Yeah, it appears to be so. Yes, sir.
Administrator Lesher.
And Chair Scott and Supervisor Christie, I think it's to distinction the internal funds versus the general funds, because we have, as we've mentioned, flood control, wastewater. We have departments that are not general fund. They pay the mothership, if you will, for the services that are provided, like IT services and such.
Kind of an administrative fee or something.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions on those items? All right, all those in favor of approving items 23 through 30 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Those items are approved. Moving on to page 7 and item, I'm wondering, since they both deal with elections, although under the auspices of two different offices, would the board consider approving items 31 and 32 together?
I would like to take them out for discussion.
Okay. So let's go then to item number 31. I'll move approval.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Supervisor Christie?
Yes. If you look at the background in this particular one, this is to extend a contract of over $200,000 in revenue that the city of Tucson is going to provide election services. If you go in the background, the reflection of the work done shows that it began, the actual work began on January 17th. So how can we work, how can they perform work before it's been approved? Also under retroactive, it states no. So I have a question to our county attorney rep, and I know it's you kind of jumped in here, you weren't prepared, I'm sure, but what impact of a no vote would have on this item? And how can we approve work that's already began? Why wasn't it the other way around? Especially when it says no on retroactive.
Administrator Lush.
Thank you, Chair Scott and Supervisor Christie. The things that began, I believe, are more setting a date for the election. They are paying now for the fees for the function that's going into the actual election itself. It's my understanding is the differentiation, and that they are not seeing that as retroactive in those dates. There are, you rightfully point out, goes back to January from when the recorder looked at an election date, but those were things established by the city. So differentiation of when the election actually started.
Mr. Jerkowitz.
Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, it is perfectly legally acceptable to retroactively approve a contract for work already performed in anticipation that this is a service that Pima County has regularly provided to the city for many, many years now, that they would be hosting their elections. Should this have been all gotten together and submitted to the board ahead of time, that would be a best practice, but it is not necessarily legally required.
Let's see. Okay, thank you.
All right, the item was moved and seconded. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes 5-0. Let's go then to item number 32. Pima County Elections Department to provide for conducting school district elections during the period noted, July 1, 2024 through December 31, 2028. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Supervisor Christie.
In this particular item, the school superintendent is asking for $250,000 to conduct school district elections from July 1st of 2024 through December 31st of 2028. My question is, how does the superintendent know how many school elections will happen in that time span? It seems kind of open-ended, like just let's see what happens in this time frame and give me the money.
Supervisor Gerhol.
They actually, districts have alternating cycles, so they're not like our board where we're all elected at the same time. So you can look and see when a certain term is going to expire and predict that, Tucson Unified is going to have at least one other election. Sunnyside will have another election, Amphi, because they're all sort of staggered terms.
Meaning that in one cycle, they'll elect 3 of their members, another cycle, they'll elect 2.
Or in some, depending on the district, it'll be 2 and 1.
Oh, okay, for three members.
Right.
So it is predictable. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Grijalva. Thank you, Supervisor Christie. Any other questions or comments on that question, on that item? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 5-0. All right, let's go into grant application and acceptance. We have already approved item number 37. Any objection to approving 33, 34, 35, 36, and 38?
Mr. Chair, I have issues with 34 and 35 to ask that they be separated.
Okay. Let's take, all right, then let's take 33 and 36. I'll move approval of items 33 and 36.
Second.
All right. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All right, so we've approved 33 and 36. Let's now go to item number 34. I'll move the item.
Second.
Discussion, Supervisor Christie.
Yes, could somebody briefly explain what the 717 Alliance project is and why is Pima County involved in it when it shows that the United States is not, but we are classified as some sort of a subprime category? What is the 7-1-7 Alliance project?
Thank you.
Administrator Lesher.
Mr. Holmes.
Mr. Holmes.
Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, I don't have an answer to the 717. All I know is it's a laboratory data. Let me give you more specifics. This is a grant specifically to track disease outbreak, whether there's a way to improve disease outbreak notification through just standard laboratory versus public health partners. So this is really a study on that particular question. Can you improve disease outbreak notification within these two areas?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Holmes, where are we gathering this data from?
This is data that, Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, this is being gathered from school districts that are reporting the outbreaks.
It's not an international issue? There's no affiliation with other countries or anything of that nature?
Supervisor Scott, Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, this is a very specific grant that's being conducted for a study with this Resolve to Save Lives group. There is no international connection, at least with this study, to my knowledge.
So I do recall seeing something subnational. What does that mean? Is that our status as Pima County, but not the United States, or?
we're happy to report that.
Yeah, well, Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, I'll have to get back to you on that question specifically.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Christie. And just to follow up on those questions, my understanding is that there's, based on the background information, there's two ways of determining an outbreak. Either we are getting reports from our partners in the public health field, or we are using laboratory methods to determine that outbreak. And this study is looking at the differences in terms of whether you use the one method for determining outbreaks versus the other. Is that a fair summation, Mr. Holmes?
Chair Scott, that is accurate.
All right.
But I still don't know what 7 months.
Say again, Administrator Lesher, I'm sorry. All right. Okay, all those in favor of approving item number 34 indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 5-0. Item number 35, acceptance justice services for the Safety and Justice Challenge and extending the grant term. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie opposed. Item number 38, Department of Justice to provide for the BJA fiscal year 2024 State Criminal Alien Assistance Program. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Supervisor Christie, and then Supervisor Hines.
I just need to point out, our sheriff has made it very clear that he's not going to be cooperating with any immigration enforcement action, yet this particular item does exactly that, as the corrections officers will be dealing with criminal aliens. So I'm assuming the sheriff who withdrew grants from the previous meeting because of this issue finds no problem with this one here. I just, the inconsistency, particularly when we were reimbursed, I believe, from July of 23 on these items, but I just wanted to point that out.
If I may, Chair Scott and Supervisor Christie, I think the distinction, the SCAP program is for individuals who are undocumented but who have committed a crime, have either been arrested for a felony or 2 misdemeanors, and are placed in the jail, and it is responsibility if people have been arrested to keep them for up to 4 days before there can be a transition. So what this does is simply reimburse him from the federal government for the cost of those federal individuals who are in the jail. Their status as undocumented is one thing, but they have been arrested for a different effort.
But the sheriff would be cooperating by incarcerating those for those 4 days.
Incarcerating someone who has been arrested for a crime.
Mm-hmm. It has nothing to do with their status?
No, sir. It is if they have been arrested, they may be, what is related to their status is the ability to be refunded the funds, the cost of the jail days by the federal government. These are individuals who have been arrested for either a felony or 2 misdemeanors. They are in the jail for up to 4 days. They happen to be undocumented. That is not the purpose. That is not the reason that they have been, it has been requested of our jail that they be admitted.
Okay.
Supervisor Hines, did you have a question or a comment?
In my reading of this, it looks like it requires us to be asking inmates at their intake to the jail, specifically about their immigration status in order to get reimbursement, which makes me not like that. I don't know.
Supervisor Grijalva?
No, I believe that they've asked that for ever. Yeah. I don't think this is an extension of a grant. I don't think it's new. I just am offended by the name of the grant, but I understand. Basically, otherwise, the sheriff will still be responsible for detaining. We just won't get reimbursed for it if this doesn't pass, right? Is that, I know. Okay.
Supervisor Allen?
So my understanding is that indeed there is no, there's no correlation between this funding and any sort of ICE detainer or ICE hold or collaboration with immigration enforcement. And it is data that is collected by anyone who gets brought into the intake process in the jail. My only concern around it is just whether or not in some way this incentivizes bringing folks into the jail who do not have legal status in the country, such that we get some additional reimbursement. But that is my one and only concern. Given the small amount of it, I've looked at what other counties get in this funding, and ours is pretty insignificant compared to what other localities that are our size or larger. So.
And just to add to the dialogue, my understanding from reading the background material is that this is a grant that has been in place for some time, over many years. In fact, the grant award letter was signed by the Attorney General from the previous administration. All right, so all those in favor of item number 38 indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 5-0. We're now down to hearings, believe it or not. Item number 39, hearing code text amendment, Administrator Lusher.
Thank you very much, Chairman Scott. It was brought to our attention that in February of 21, the Board of Supervisors voted to direct staff to return to the board with a code text amendment ordinance to replace the phrase citizen or an alien and with person. That we never came back, and that's what this is doing at this point in time. It changes Pima County Code Chapter 4 related to indigent health care. There are two sections that would be amended. One deletes the word alien and replaces it with the word person. And in the other section, we are deleting the word aliens and replacing with the word persons.
I would ordinarily, if this is a hearing, ask if there's anybody in the public who wishes to speak to this item, but since there's nobody from the public here. I don't know that I'm counting you as a member of the public, Mr. Ferguson. Supervisor Gerhal.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and if there is no one to speak in opposition to this item, I'll go ahead and request that we, just in the public, request that we close the public hearing. And I'll go ahead and move approval of ordinance number 2025-2.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Hines. Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is, by removing the term alien, which has clearly been used by the federal government and is still being used, as evidenced in the item number 38 with the justice grant to deal with criminal aliens by the sheriff, by changing the code from alien to person, removing alien, will this jeopardize grants that refer to criminal aliens from the federal government? In other words, will we not receive grants or be removed from the list of consideration because we're not using consistent wordage and nomenclature from the federal government?
I think because this is language within our own code, that it wouldn't have any effect on
federal grants?
Those kinds of, I beg your pardon?
From federal grants?
I don't believe so, but your question strikes me as almost being of a legal nature, so I might pose that to Mr. Jerkowitz.
Chair Scott, I would agree with your assessment.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, by modifying the language as being directed here, would further modifications such as the terms diversity, equity, and inclusion trigger the rejection of grants from the federal government?
Not quite sure how to answer that.
Chair Scott.
I don't know that it's necessarily germane to this item. That might be going beyond the scope of this item, Supervisor.
Just saying we're moving language that's already been in place by the federal government as they give grants. I'm concerned that by modifying other language, it would do the same thing.
Supervisor Grijalva.
Thank you, Chair Scott. This is something we requested in 2021 to come back. And so, we were going through different items that we'd requested, and kind of, it just sort of hit us that this is not anything that we'd revised or remember voting for. So when we sent it to the county administrator, she's like, oh, we're going to go ahead and put it on. So that's where this is coming from. This is a conversation that I don't believe you voted for, if memory serves, in February of 2021.
Correct.
That's okay.
All right. We move to close the public hearing and approve the item. I'm sorry, Supervisor Allen, I apologize.
It's all right. I was half thinking about it and not. But just to draw a distinction, I think this change in the code text is referring to people and trying to refer to people in their humanness, as opposed to a civil status. Diversity, equity, inclusion are generally some organizational goals that institutions are adopting to be more representative. So I think that even if yes to one or the other, we would should still err on the side of referring to people within our jurisdiction as human beings. So that's.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any other questions or comments on this item? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie in opposition. We have 2 more hearings for liquor licenses. Unless Mr. Ferguson wants to speak to them, I will move to close both of those public hearings and approve both licenses.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Items 40 and 41 pass unanimously. And we are adjourned.
Chair Scott?
Yes.
For the record, it's 4-0 with Hines not present.
Oh, I apologize. Thank you, Ms. Manriquez. I'm glad you stay on top of those things. All right. We are adjourned. Thank you all so much, and we will see you on March 4th.